What happens when the call of the wild leads you somewhere you shouldn't be? When the freedom of the open road narrows into a path of fear? We often romanticize the idea of RV travel, especially to remote places like Alaska. Self-sufficiency, stunning views, unforgettable memories. But the wilderness doesn't always play fair, and mistakes made miles from anywhere can have the highest stakes imaginable. You're about to hear a first-hand story that serves as a stark warning, a trip that went terribly wrong. This is True. My RV camping trip to Alaska was a deadly mistake. My name is Ashley Brown. Before last October, that name probably wouldn't have meant anything to you. Honestly, I preferred it that way. Now things are different. Now, I feel this compulsive need to tell people what happened. To get it out there, partly as a warning, partly because I'm terrified that if I keep it bottled up, it'll consume me entirely. Or worse, that it will somehow know I'm keeping silent and come back for me. It happened near Valdez, Alaska. If you've never been, picture this dramatic. Jagged mountains plunging almost directly in the sea, glaciers clinging to their sides like frozen monsters, and vast stretches of wilderness that feel ancient and utterly indifferent to human existence. It's beautiful, breathtakingly so, but it's also got an edge, a sense of raw power that demands respect. My boyfriend Liam and I were up there for what was supposed to be a final, epic road trip before settling down into the predictable rhythm of jobs and maybe, eventually, a mortgage. We'd saved for months, kitted out his sturdy old 4Runner, and planned a route that would take us through some of the most remote and stunning landscapes the state had to offer. Valdez was near the end of our loop. We'd spent the morning exploring the area around the Worthington Glacier, snapping photos like typical tourists, feeling dwarfed by the sheer scale of the ice and rock. Liam was behind the wheel as we headed back towards the Richardson Highway, aiming for a small, supposedly scenic detour he'd found mentioned on some obscure travel forum. It promised waterfalls and hidden valleys, the kind of off-the-beaten-path discovery we lived for. The sky was overcast, a typical Alaskan gray, but visibility was fine. The air was crisp, smelling of pine and damp earth. It felt normal, deceptively normal. The turnoff was little more than a gravel track, barely marked. "You sure about this, Lewis and Clark?" I teased, checking the map on my phone. Even here, we surprisingly had a couple of bars of signal. Liam grinned, his eyes alight with the thrill of exploration. "Adventure awaits, Ash! Worst case." We turn around. The forum guys swore by it. Said the views were legendary. The track would deeper into the dense spruce forest. The trees pressed close on either side, their dark branches interlacing overhead, creating a tunnel-like effect. The gravel crunched rhythmically under the tires. For the first 20 minutes or so, it was exactly what we'd expected, bumpy, slightly claustrophobic, but undeniably wild. We saw a moose crashing through the undergrowth, a majestic sight that had us fumbling for our cameras too late. We were happy, relaxed, completely oblivious. Then the fog came. It wasn't a gradual creep, it was like a switch had been flipped. 1 minute, we could see maybe 50 yards down the track. The next, a wall of solid white descended. It rolled in from the sides, flowed down from the unseen slopes above, coalescing into an impenetrable blanket. It wasn't just fog, it was thick wet, and strangely silent. The usual forest sounds, the birds, the rustle of unseen creatures, seemed to just stop. The only sound was the engine of the 4Runner and the unnerving drip, drip of condensation falling from the branches onto the roof. "Whoa," Liam uttered, slowing the truck to a crawl. Where did that come from? He flicked on the headlights, but they barely punched a few feet into the oppressive whiteness. It was like driving into a bottle of milk. Maybe we should turn back, I suggested, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. This felt different from normal coastal fog. It felt heavier, somehow more deliberate. We must be close to that viewpoint the forum mentioned, Liam said, though his voice lacked its earlier confidence. Probably just a localized patch. Let's go another 5 minutes. If it doesn't lift, we head back. But the fog didn't lift. If anything, it got denser. The track beneath us seemed to vanish completely, the smallest noises, forcing Liam to navigate purely by feel, trying to keep the wheels on what he hoped was still solid ground. I pulled up the GPS app on my phone again. The little blue dot representing us was still moving along the thin gray line that marked the track on the map. But then it flickered. "That's weird," I said, tapping the screen, signals dropping out. The bars dwindled from 2 to 1, then disappeared entirely. "No service," Liam sighed. "Great. Okay, plan B? Turning around?" Easier said than done. The track was narrow, bordered by dense trees barely visible as looming shapes in the fog. Reversing would be treacherous, and finding a spot wide enough to execute a 3-point turn seemed impossible. We crept forward, hoping for a clearing. That's when the GPS, despite having no signal, suddenly flickered back to life, displaying the cached map. But something was wrong. The blue dot, our supposed location, was now sitting squarely in the middle of a featureless green expanse on the map, miles away from any marked road or track. "What the hell?" Liam leaned over, squinting at the screen. "That can't be right. We haven't left the track. Must be a glitch." But it didn't feel like a glitch. It felt like the map was telling us the track we were currently driving on didn't exist. I looked out my window, trying to penetrate the fog. The trees I could vaguely make out seemed wrong. Taller, maybe. Packed closer together than they had been just minutes ago. It was hard to tell through the soup, but the feeling was insistent. The landscape was changing. "Liam," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "Stop the truck." He brought the Forerunner to a halt. The silence that descended was absolute, broken only by our own breathing and the incessant dripping. It pressed in on us, heavy and suffocating. "What is it?" he asked, his eyes scanning the white void ahead. "The trees," I whispered. "Look." We both stared out the windshield. Directly in front of us, where the track should have continued, a massive, ancient-looking spruce stood Tinnell. It wasn't there a second ago. I was sure it wasn't. There was no way Liam could have drifted off the track that quickly without us realizing it, and even if he had, a tree that size wasn't something you just missed. It blocked the path completely. "Okay," Liam said, his voice tight. "Okay, that's weird. I must have veered off. Let me just back us up." He put the truck in reverse, craning his neck to look behind. I twisted in my seat, peering through the rear window. Nothing but fog. He eased back slowly, maybe 10 feet, then stopped. "There should be track here," he said, baffled. "I'm pretty sure I'm right back where we were." He tried nudging the truck slightly left, then right, searching for the feel of the gravel path. Nothing. It felt like we were parked on soft, yielding forest floor. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. "Liam, where's the road?" He cut the engine. The silence now was deafening. "I don't know, Ash. I swear it was right here." We sat there for a minute, maybe longer, trapped in a bubble of white uncertainty. The fog swirled lazily outside. Revealing nothing, I looked at the GPS again. The blue dot remained stubbornly fixed in the empty green space on the map. No roads. No tracks. Just wilderness. Then came the shifting. It wasn't a visual thing at first. More of a feeling. A stomach-churning sensation like the ground itself was subtly rearranging itself around us. I looked out my side window. A cluster of birch trees I thought I'd glimpsed moments before seemed further away now. Or were they closer? The fog played tricks, distorting distance, making it impossible to be sure. But the feeling persisted. The world outside the truck was in flux. "Did you feel that?" I asked Liam, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded slowly, his face pale. "Yeah, like slight turbulence, but we're not moving." He turned the key, and the engine roared back to life, startlingly loud in the stillness. "Okay, screw this. We're getting out of here." I'm just going to push forward slowly. There has to be a way through. He eased the truck forward, nudging past the big spruce that shouldn't have been there. We bumped over uneven ground, branches scraping against the paintwork. Visibility remained near zero. Every few feet, a tree would loom out of the whiteness, forcing him to swerve. It didn't feel like we were driving through a forest. It felt like the forest was actively closing in, placing obstacles in our path. Time started to feel strange, too. Had we been in this fog for 10 minutes? An hour? The clock on the dashboard just seemed to tick normally, but my internal sense was completely skewed. Distances felt wrong. A gap between two trees would look wide enough to pass through, but as we approached, it would seem to shrink, forcing another detour. A ridge line, glimpsed momentarily through a thinning patch of fog, appeared miles of 1 second, then alarmingly closed the next. We were boxed in. The landscape wasn't just passively confusing, it felt like it was actively manipulating us, hurting us, playing tricks with our senses. The GPS remained useless, a mocking blue dot lost in a sea of green. The road we came in on vanished, not just from the map, but seemingly from existence itself. We were lost in a way I'd never conceived of being lost before, not just geographically, but reality itself felt like it was fraying at the edges, distorted by the silent, suffocating fog near Valdez. And the chilling thought began to form: this wasn't just fog. This was something else entirely. Something that had swallowed the road, rewritten the map, and was now playing with us. The air inside the Forerunner grew thick with unspoken fear. Every rational explanation we tried to grasp felt flimsy, dissolving like smoke in the face of the impossible reality outside our windows. GPS glitches happen, sure. People get lost in the fog, but roads don't just vanish. Trees don't materialize out of thin air to block your path. Landscapes don't warp like you're looking through flawed glass. "Okay, Ash," Liam said, trying to inject a calm he clearly didn't feel into his voice. "Let's just think. We came in on a gravel track. It has to still be here somewhere. Maybe the fog is making us imagine things. Imagine." I choked out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "Liam, we both saw that tree appear. We both feel how weird everything is. The GPS shows us miles from any road. This isn't just fog." He didn't argue. He just gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles white. "Right, okay. So, what do we do?" "We have to find the track," I said, trying to sound practical. "Maybe if we drive really slowly in a straight line." "Which way is straight?" he countered, gesturing uselessly at the impenetrable white surrounding us. We could be going in circles for all we know. He had a point. Our sense of direction was utterly shot. I rummaged in the glove compartment for the old-fashioned compass we'd packed mostly as a nostalgic backup. I held it flat on my palm, waiting for the needle to settle. It swung lazily, then faster, spinning erratically before finally settling, pointing directly towards the back of the truck, regardless of which way I turned it. It's pointing south," I murmured, frowning. "Which should be roughly behind us if the track ran east, west like I thought." Liam turned the truck slowly, trying to align us with what the compass indicated was north. The needle spun again, wildly this time, before settling again, still pointing resolutely towards the rear bumper. "It's broken," Liam stated flatly. "Or it's something else. Something else." That phrase hung heavy in the air. We tried driving again, picking a direction almost at random, crawling forward at less than walking pace. The ground remained uneven. Soft earth and occasional rocks bumping under the tires. Every few yards, a dark shape would loom out of the mist, another tree. A dense thicket of alder, forcing a correction. It felt less like navigating and more like bumping around inside a pinball machine designed by a malevolent entity. The silence was still profound, but now it felt different. Less empty. More watchful. I kept thinking I heard things, a twig snapping just beyond the edge of visibility, a low murmur that might have been wind, but didn't sound quite right, a soft thump against the roof. Each time we'd freeze, straining our ears, only to be met with the same oppressive stillness and the maddening drip, drip, drip of condensation. Was it the fog playing tricks on our hearing as well as our sight? Or was there something out there, hidden in the whiteness, tracking our clumsy movements? I rolled down my window a crack, hoping the cold air might clear my head. The fog immediately curled inside, damp and clammy, carrying a strange scent, not just wet earth and spruce, but something else underneath. A faint, metallic, almost ozone-like tang, mixed with something vaguely like decaying vegetation, but colder, sharper. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. "Smell that," I whispered. Liam sniffed the air cautiously. Yeah, weird, like right before a thunderstorm. But there was no storm, just the fog. I quickly rolled the window back up, the unsettling scent lingering in the cab. Time continued its bizarre dance. We drove, stopped, debated, drove again. According to the dashboard clock, maybe 45 minutes passed. It felt like hours. Or maybe minutes. My brain couldn't reconcile the slow crawl of the truck and the seemingly endless, unchanging landscape with the steady tick of the digital display. It felt like we were caught in a loop, or like time itself was stretching and compressing around us. At one point, desperate, Liam stopped the truck again. I'm going to get out. Just for a second, see if I can spot anything, get a sense of the ground. No. I grabbed his arm. Don't leave the truck. Please, Liam. It doesn't feel safe out there. The thought of him stepping out into that white void, potentially vanishing just feet away, filled me with a primal terror. He looked at my face, saw the genuine panic in my eyes, and hesitated. Okay, Ash. Okay, we stay in the truck. Both of us, he put a hand on mine. His was freezing cold, or maybe mine was just clammy with sweat. We've got fuel, we've got water and snacks in the back. We just need to wait. Maybe the fog will lift. Waiting felt like surrender, but the alternative, blundering blindly through this shifting, hostile landscape, felt like suicide. We turned off the engine again to conserve fuel. The silence crashed back in, heavier than before. We sat without speaking, listening to the drip, 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 and the frantic thumping of our own hearts. How long we sat there, I don't know. Time had lost all meaning. Noises. Long enough for the windows to fog up from the inside, adding another layer between us and the white oblivion outside. Long enough for despair to start truly setting in. We were lost in a place that shouldn't exist, where the laws of physics seemed optional. Suddenly, Liam tensed. Listen. I held my breath. At first, nothing. Then, faintly, cutting through the silence, music. It sounded like tinny, old-fashioned radio music, distorted and distant. Faint strings, a crooner's voice, muffled as if coming from very far away, or through thick walls. Where is that coming from? I whispered, scanning the fogged-up windows. Sounds like that way. Liam pointed vaguely off to the right. Hope, sharp and desperate, flared in my chest. Music meant people. Civilization. Maybe a remote cabin, a logging camp. Someone who could help us, tell us where we were. Liam started the engine, the sound jarring after the prolonged silence. He turned the truck slowly towards the direction of the faint music. It seemed to get slightly louder as we moved, though still frustratingly indistinct, warped by the fog. We bumped forward, faster now, driven by renewed purpose. The music led us towards a slightly thinner patch of fog. Shapes began to resolve more clearly. Not cabins, not buildings. Strange, dark shapes looming against the grayish white. They looked like standing stones. Tall, rough-hewn monoliths, arranged in a loose, irregular circle. They weren't natural formations. They looked deliberately placed, ancient and weathered. And in the center of the circlet, something else. It was hard to make out clearly, obscured by swirling tendrils of mist, but it looked like a car. An old one. An absolute wreck, rusted through, half swallowed by moss and encroaching vegetation. Its windows were gone, doors hanging open like broken jaws. It looked like it had been there for decades, and the music seemed to be coming from it. What the? Liam breathed. Slowing the truck stopped to us just outside the ring of stones. A chill that had nothing to do with the Alaskan air snaked down my spine. An old wreck, miles from any known road, surrounded by standing stones, playing phantom radio music in the middle of an impossible fog. This wasn't rescue. This was something else. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong. Liam cut the engine. The tinny music seemed slightly louder now, echoing strangely off the stones. It was definitely some kind of old tune, maybe 1940s or 50s big band style. But distorted, warped, like a record playing at the wrong speed, occasionally slowing down or speeding up. Stay here, Liam said, his voice grim. He reached for the heavy-duty flashlight from the door pocket. Liam. No! I pleaded again, but this time the look on his face was different. Not adventurous, not panicked, but determined. Something's wrong, Ash. Really wrong. We need to know what this is. He checked the flashlight beam, then opened his door. Lock it behind me. Don't get out unless I call you. The moment he stepped out, the fog seemed to swirl around him, momentarily obscuring him before he pushed through toward a rusted car. I fumbled with the lock button, my heart pounding against my ribs. I watched him through the windshield, a lone figure moving cautiously through the airy circle of stones, his flashlight beam cutting a swath through the mist. He reached the derelict car, played the light over its rusted shell, then leaned in through the driver's side window frame. He stayed there for a few seconds, then straightened up abruptly, staggering back a step. Even from the truck, I could see the look of horror on his face, illuminated by the flashlight beam reflecting off the fog. He turned and ran back towards the 4Runner, scrambling inside and slamming the door shut, fumbling to lock it. "Liam, what is it? What did you see?" I cried, grabbing his arm. He was breathing heavily, his eyes wide with terror. He didn't speak for a moment, just stared straight ahead into the fog that hid the wreck and the stones. Then he whispered, his voice hoarse. "It's not a radio. Ash. The music is coming from inside the car. And there's someone in there. Someone." The word came out as a strangled squeak. My blood ran cold. Someone alive. Hurt. Who? Liam shook his head violently, still staring wide-eyed through the windshield where the derelict car sat hidden in the swirling mist. Not alive. Not like us. His voice was low, trembling. It was dark inside Ash, but the flashlight caught something. Sitting in the driver's seat looked like jerky. Old leather stretched over bones, but it moved. Just slightly. A hand on the dashboard, fingers tapping. Fingers tapping to the rhythm of the ghostly, warped music. Bile rose in my throat. And the music, he continued, his voice barely audible over the thumping in my ears. It wasn't the radio. There is no radio in that wreck. It's gutted. The sound it was coming from its throat. A horrible, wet, whistling sound trying to mimic the music. I didn't need to hear any more. "Go!" I screamed, pounding on the dashboard. "Liam, drive! Get us out of here! Now!" Liam didn't need telling twice. He slammed the gear shift into reverse, engine roaring, tires spinning on the soft ground before finding purchase. He swung the wheel wildly, trying to get us turned around, away from the circle of stones and the abomination in the car. The distorted music seemed to swell, chasing us, punctuated by that sickening, whistling sound Liam had described. As we backed away, the fog swirled violently. For a horrifying second, it parted near the circle, and I caught a glimpse of the standing stones. They looked taller now, darker, seeming to lean inwards as if trying to prevent our escape. And I could have sworn, just for a heartbeat, I saw movement near the rusted car, a shadowy figure detaching itself, starting to shamble towards us through the mist. "Faster!" I shrieked. Liam wrenched the wheel, turning us away, and floored the accelerator. We plunged back into the thickest part of the fog, bumping and crashing through the unseen undergrowth. Branches scraped and clawed at the truck like skeletal fingers. The distorted music faded slightly behind us, but the feeling of being pursued was stronger than ever. It felt like the entire forest, the fog itself, was chasing us. Driving was chaos. Liam swerved constantly to avoid trees that loomed out of the white at the last second. More than once, we slammed into smaller ones with jarring force, the impacts rattling our teeth. A low-hanging branch smashed against the windshield, creating a spiderweb crack right in my line of sight. The metallic ozone and decay scent from earlier was back, stronger now, seeping into the cab even with the windows shut tight. Time went completely haywire. One moment, the dashboard clocked 3:17 p.m. I blinked, looked away at a particularly nasty jolt, and when I looked back, it read 3:18 p.m., normal enough. But then, after what felt like at least 10 minutes of frantic driving, dodging trees and rocks, I glanced at it again. 3:20 p.m., not even the smallest noises. Only 2 minutes had passed. Or was it skipping? The landscape outside, glimpsed in flashes, seemed to repeat itself, the same configuration of spruce and alder whipping past again and again. Were we driving in circles, guided by whatever malevolent intelligence controlled this place? It's hurting us. Liam muttered, his face grim, sweat beading on his forehead despite the chill. It keeps turning us back. He was right. No matter which direction he tried to force, obstacles seemed to appear, nudging us subtly onto a different path, a path that always felt like it led deeper into the white maze. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a suffocating pressure against the windows. I kept flinching, imagining pale faces or grasping hands materializing out of the mist just beyond the glass. Then came the sound. A low, guttural groaning, seemingly coming from everywhere at once. It resonated deep in my chest, a vibration of pure dread. It wasn't animal, wasn't human. It was the sound of something ancient and vast and utterly alien, roused and angry. The distorted music had been creepy. This was primal terror. It knows we're trying to leave. I whispered, tears finally starting to stream down my face. I huddled against the passenger door, wishing I could disappear. Suddenly, the ground beneath us dipped sharply. Liam cursed as the front wheels plunged into soft mud, the engine whining in protest as he tried to accelerate out. The back wheels spun uselessly. We lurched, sank deeper. No. Liam slammed his fist on the steering wheel. He gunned the engine again, rocking the truck back and forth, but it was no use. We were stuck. Properly stuck. The groaning sound intensified, closer now. Panic seized me. We have to get out. Run where Ash. Liam yelled, desperation cracking his voice. Into that, he gestured wildly at the fog. We wouldn't last 5 minutes out there! The groaning sound was turning into a series of heavy, dragging footsteps. Getting closer. Thump, drag, Liam cut the engine. Lights off. He hissed, plunging us into near darkness inside the cab, broken only by the faint glow of the cracked dashboard clock. We sat frozen, barely breathing, listening to the terrifyingly slow, heavy approach. Thump, drag, it was just outside the truck now. I could feel the impact through the floor. Something massive. Something old. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying harder than I ever had in my life. Praying for it to pass, praying for this nightmare to end. The dragging sound circled the truck once, slowly. I imagined some vast, unseen shape brushing against the metal, sniffing the air. Then, silence. The groaning stopped. The footsteps receded. We didn't move for what felt like an eternity. Every nerve screamed. Was it gone? Was it waiting? Finally, Liam risked cracking his window just enough to peer out. Anything. I whispered. Nothing. Just fog. Maybe thicker. We stayed put. Trying to use the radio was pointless, static. My phone still showed no service. We were stranded, weaponless, in a supernatural trap with God knows what lurking just outside. Hours seemed to crawl by, marked only by the slow change of the numbers on the clock, which now seemed to be moving normally again, mocking us. We ate a couple of stale granola bars in silence. Drank some water. Despair was a physical weight. As dusk began to bleed through the oppressive whiteness, turning the fog from gray to a bruised purple, something changed again. The air pressure shifted, making my ears pop. The fog, which had held us captive for what felt like forever, began to recede. Not gradually, but like a curtain being drawn back rapidly. 1 minute, we were encased in impenetrable mist. The next, we could see. Trees, rocks, the muddy pit we were stuck in, all sharp and clear in the fading light. And about 50 yards away, startlingly close at the Richardson Highway, cars were driving past, headlights on, completely oblivious. We stared dumbfounded. It was impossible. We'd been driving for hours. The noises, convinced we were miles deep in uncharted wilderness. Yet here was the highway right there. The fog hadn't just lifted. It felt like the entire bubble of wrongness we'd been trapped in had simply popped, dumping us back into reality, albeit stuck in the mud just off the shoulder. Liam immediately turned the key. The ominous noises, he thankfully roared to life. He engaged the four-wheel drive, and with a protesting screech and a shower of mud, the 4Runner clawed its way out of the pit and onto the solid gravel of the highway shoulder. Liam didn't hesitate. He pulled onto the asphalt and headed south, away from Valdez, away from whatever pocket dimension we'd stumbled into. We didn't speak for miles. We just drove, watching the familiar lines of the road, the normal trees, the occasional other car, as if they were the most precious sights in the world. We didn't stop until we reached Glenallen, pulling into the first bright-lit motel we saw. Checking in felt surreal. The normality of the lobby clerk, the board the transaction, it was like surfacing from a deep dive. In the room, we barely spoke. We showered. Smallest noises, scrubbing away the phantom feeling of fog and fear, but it didn't really work. We checked the truck, covered in mud, scratches down both sides. The windshield cracked, physical proof it hadn't been a dream. There was also a deep, inexplicable dent on the roof, right above my side. We never found that turn off again on any map. The travel forum Liam had found it on. We couldn't access it anymore. The link just led to an error page. We reported getting stuck off the highway to the insurance, leaving out the impossible parts. What could we say? That we'd been swallowed by fog that rewrote reality. That we'd found a haunted wreck in a stone circle guarded by a groaning horror. It's been 6 months. We're back home, trying to slip back into our old lives, but it's no use. Sleep offers little escape. Nightmares of swirling fog, standing stones, and desiccated fingers tapping to warped music plague both of us. Sometimes late at night, I think I hear faint, tinny music from another room, but there's never anything there. Liam jumps at sudden noises and refuses to drive anywhere near dense fog. We escaped, physically at least, but something followed us out of that fog near Valdez. A sliver of the wrongness, perhaps. A lingering dread that reminds us that the world we think we know is thin, and there are places, hidden in the mist or just off the marked roads, where reality frays and ancient things wait. We'd even the smallazes. We don't know what we stumbled into, but we know we were lucky to stumble out. And we know, with chilling certainty, that we left something behind in that mud besides our nerve, perhaps a bit of our sanity. And we pray that whatever ever dwells in that fog is content with that and never comes looking for the rest. I don't know if anyone will believe this. Hell, a few weeks ago, I wouldn't have believed this. My hands are still shaking a little as I type, and every creak of the RV makes me jump. But I need to get this down, maybe just to convince myself I'm not losing my mind. Maybe as a warning, I don't know anymore. My name is Kevin Garcia. I'm 32, work a boring-ass office job in Phoenix, data entry, spreadsheets, the whole 9 yards. Or at least I did. I saved up for 2 years for this trip, my dream escaping, a solo RV journey up to Alaska. I wanted wilderness, adventure, a break from the beach monotony of my life. Bought a used but solid 20-foot Class C motorhome, spent months fixing her up, planning the route. Alaska, the last frontier. Just the name gave me chills, the good kind. I pictured myself hiking through pristine forests, kayaking on glacial lakes, maybe seeing a mouse or a bear from a safe distance, obviously. Complete freedom. Before any big trip, I like to do my homework. Not just maps and weather, but local culture, history, and yeah, sometimes the weird stuff. Call it morbid curiosity. So, while planning the leg through southeast Alaska, specifically the Tongass National Forest area, I started digging into local Tlingit and Haida folklore. That's when I stumbled across them. The Kushtaka. The name itself sounded slippery. Weird. The legends paint them as shapeshifters. Sometimes otter, sometimes man, sometimes a disturbing blend of both. Otter men. Sounds ridiculous, right? Like something out of a bad B movie. According to the stories, they lure people to the water-lost fishermen, hikers, even children. They mimic cries for help, the sound of a baby crying, or the voice of a loved one. Their goal. Depends on the story. Some say they just want to drown you, drag you into the icy depths. Others say they transform you into one of them, stealing your soul, trapping you between worlds. Creatures of the twilight, masters of illusion, dwelling near coastlines, rivers, and lakes. I remember reading about them late one night, hunched over my laptop in my stuffy Phoenix apartment, the AC blasting. I laughed, out loud. Otter men. Seriously, it felt so far removed from my reality of traffic jams and TPS reports. Just another spooky campfire story, I figured. Something to add a little local flavor to the trip. I even screenshotted a couple of descriptions, thinking it might make a funny anecdote to share later. Yeah, Went to Alaska. Almost got by the otter men. Har har. What an idiot I was. The arrogance of thinking you understand the world, that everything fits neatly into explainable boxes. The drive north was incredible. Long days on the road, sure, but watching the landscape change from desert scrub to rolling plains, then mountains, forests, it was everything I'd hoped for. The sheer scale of it all. Canada was beautiful, vast stretches of empty highway cutting through endless trees. By the time I crossed into Alaska, I felt like I'd already entered a different world. Wilder, quieter, the air felt cleaner, charged with something ancient. I spent the first week or so further north, exploring Denali, doing the touristy stuff. It was amazing but crowded. I was itching for the solitude I'd really come for. So, I started heading southeast, towards the coast, towards the Tongass. The RV, affectionately nicknamed the Wanderer, handled it all like a champ. It was my little self-contained bubble of safety in the immense wilderness. Or so I thought. The further southeast I got, the more palpable the isolation became. Cell service was spotty, then non-existent for long stretches. Towns became smaller, farther apart. The forests grew denser, darker, the trees draped in moss, looming over the narrow, winding roads. Water was everywhere, fjords cutting deep into the land, countless rivers snaking through the valleys, rain seeming to hang perpetually in the air, even when it wasn't falling. It was beautiful, breathtakingly so, but there was an edge to it. A feeling of being watched, maybe. I chalked up to being alone in such a remote place. My city's slicker senses on overdrive. I found a spot, a designated dispersed camping area near a large, deep lake. I won't say the exact name, not yet. It wasn't an official campground, just a pull-off from a gravel logging road, maybe 50 yards from the water's edge. Thick woods on 3 sides, the lake on the 4th. Perfect. Exactly the kind of place I dreamed of. Utter peace and quiet. When I killed the engine, the silence was almost deafening, broken only by the lapping of water against the shore and the occasional bird call. The first couple of days were bliss. Hiked the surrounding trails, tried my hand at fishing, caught nothing, but enjoyed the attempt, read books, just breathed it all in. At night, the stars were insane, more than I'd ever seen. I felt tiny, insignificant, but in a good way, humbled by the vastness. I kept the RV locked up tight at night, mostly because of bears, though I hadn't seen any sign. Standard procedure. Then the nightmare started. It wasn't immediate. Maybe the 3rd night. I don't remember waking up scared, just unsettled. The dream was hazy, indistinct. The main thing I recall was the persistent sound of water, lapping, gurgling, and a feeling, a pull. Like something wanted me to go towards the sound, towards the lake. I dismissed it. Must have been the sound of the actual lake filtering into my sleep. Perfectly logical. The next night it was stronger. The sound of water was louder, more insistent, and there was a shape just at the edge of my dream vision. Dark, sleek, low to the ground, otter-like, maybe, but distorted, bigger. The feeling of being drawn towards the water was intense this time, almost physical. I woke up with my heart pounding, convinced for a split second that I was outside, standing ankle deep in the freezing lake. The feeling faded quickly, but the unease lingered. I checked the door, still locked. The windows secure. Just a dream, Kevin. Just the isolation and those stupid stories you read messing with your head. I tried to shake it off the next day. Went for a longer hike, deliberately avoiding the lake shore, pushing deeper into the forest. But even there, surrounded by ancient trees, I couldn't escape the feeling. That sense of being observed. Twice, I thought I heard something moving parallel to me, just out of sight in the thick undergrowth. A deer probably. Or a fox. Definitely not an otter man, I told myself, forcing a chuckle that sounded hollow even to my own ears. The memory of the Kushtaka legends kept resurfacing, unwanted. The way they mimic sounds. The way they lure you. That night, the nightmare was terrifyingly vivid. I was standing inside the RV, looking out the window towards the lake. Fog swirled thick and heavy outside, obscuring the trees, making the water invisible but somehow present. Then, I heard it. Crying, like a baby or a small child. faint, muffled by the fog, but unmistakable. It seemed to be coming from the water's edge. Every instinct screamed trap, screamed kushtaka, but in the dream, a different, horrifying compulsion took over. An overwhelming urge to go help, to open the door, step out into the fog, follow the sound. My dream self reached for the lock, fingers trembling. That's when I woke up. Bolted upright in the bunk, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. The crying wasn't real. Silence. Just the wind sighing through the trees outside. My heart felt like it was trying to batter its way out of my chest. It took me a good 10 minutes to calm down, to assure myself it was just the power of suggestion. My own mind playing tricks on me after reading those damned legends. But a part of me wasn't convinced. The feeling of that compulsion, the need to go to the water, had felt horrifyingly real. I barely slept the rest of the night, sitting up, listening to every sound, peering out into the pre-dawn gloom. Nothing. Just trees, shadows in the vast, indifferent wilderness. I decided then and there, screw this spot. First light, I was packing up, moving on. Find somewhere less atmospheric. Maybe closer to a town, somewhere with other people around. The solitude had lost its charm. It was starting to feel menacing. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the windows, I swung my legs out of the bunk, ready to make coffee, get the hell out of Dodge. My bare feet touched the cool linoleum floor of the RV and I froze. It was wet, not just damp, puddles. And leading away from my feet, towards the main door, were footprints. Small, 3 distinct prints, perfectly formed on the floor in glistening lake water. They weren't human footprints. They were webbed. The RV door was still locked, bolted from the inside. The windows were all closed and secured. Nothing was leaking. Yet somehow, someone or something with webbed feet had been inside my locked RV during the night, standing right beside my bunk. That's when I stopped laughing about the otter men. That's when the real fear began. My breath hitched in my throat. For a solid minute, I just stood there, frozen, staring down at those impossible prints glistening on my RV floor. Wet, webbed, 3 of them leading from the general direction of the bunk towards the main door. Lake water. There was no other explanation for the wetness, the slight film of silt catching the weak morning light. My mind scrambled, desperately trying to find a logical out. Condensation. No, not like this. Not in perfect footprint shapes. A leak. I checked the seals religiously. This old girl was tight as a drum, and nothing was dripping from the ceiling. An animal. A mink, maybe. An actual otter. How the hell would it get inside a locked vehicle without breaking anything, and then get back out? And why would it leave only 3 distinct prints? No, none of it made sense. Except for the one explanation my rational brain recoiled from, the one whispered in those old stories I'd laughed off. Kushtaka. Panic, cold and sharp, finally broke through the paralysis. I didn't even think about coffee or breakfast. My only thought was escape. Get away from this lake, this spot, this thing. I scrambled, grabbing my keys from the hook by the door. My hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. Every instinct screamed at me to wipe away the prints, erase the evidence, but I couldn't bring myself to touch them. It felt like disturbing a crime scene, like acknowledging the reality of it would make it worse. I didn't bother retracting the stabilizers or doing any of the usual pack-up checks. I lunged for the driver's seat, jammed the key into the ignition, twisted. The engine groaned, protested the cold morning air, then thankfully roared to life. The sound felt obscenely loud in the pre-dawn silence, like broadcasting my fear to whatever might be listening out there in the woods by the water. I slammed the gear stick into drive, cranked the steering wheel hard, and lurched the RV off the uneven ground, back towards the gravel logging road. Didn't check mirrors, didn't look back at the lake shrouded in mist. Just drove. The tires spun on the loose gravel as I hit the road, fishtailing slightly before finding purchase. I pushed the accelerator harder than I should have, the RV bouncing and rattling over potholes, the contents of cupboards clattering behind me. My eyes were glued to the road ahead, but my mind kept flashing back to those wet prints. How close had it been? standing right beside me while I slept. Watching, breathing. The thought sent icy tendrils down my spine. It felt like hours before I reached the relative smoothness of the paved highway again, though it was probably only 20 minutes. I turned south, away from the deeper wilderness towards, well, I didn't know where. Just away. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. My neck cramped from constantly checking the mirrors. Every roadside puddle looked menacing. Every shadow seemed too deep. Once, a large black bird swooped low over the road, and I nearly swerved into the ditch. My heart rate was through the roof. I drove for maybe 3 hours straight, adrenaline my only fuel, before the sheer exhaustion and the need for gas forced me to pull into a small coastal town. It had a harbor dotted with fishing boats, a few touristy shops, a gas station, and a small grocery store. Seeing other people, hearing the mundane sounds of boat engines and traffic, calmed me slightly. Slightly. I filled the tank, my hands still unsteady, even the smallest noises. Inside the gas station convenience store, grabbing coffee and some packaged pastries I didn't even want. I almost asked the tired-looking cashier if she'd ever heard strange stories about the area, about things coming out of the water. But the words died in my throat. How would that even sound? Excuse me, have you any trouble with shape-shifting otter men recently? They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was crazy. The thought was terrifying. Were the footprints just a hallucination brought on by stress and isolation? But they had looked so real, felt so wet. I couldn't stay in town. The thought of parking the RV on a street or in a crowded lot felt exposed, vulnerable in a different way. I needed distance, but the deep wilderness was no longer an option. I found a provincial park campground about an hour further down the coast. It was more developed, designated sites, a ranger station, closed for the season. Typically, other campers scattered around, though not packed. I picked a site as far from the water access point as possible, nestled amongst trees, but still within sight of a couple of other RVs. Safety in numbers, right? That first night in the new spot was hell. I quadruple checked every lock on the doors and windows. I wedged a chair under the main door handle, even though it locked securely. I sat up for hours, nursing lukewarm coffee, jumping at every twig snap, every rustle of leaves outside. Was that the wind? An animal? Or was it them? Had they followed me? How would they even do that? The questions hammered at my brain. I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep around 3 a.m., clutching a heavy maglite flashlight like a weapon. The nightmares didn't stop. If anything, they got worse. The location changed. Now the dream setting was the inside of the RV, the cramped space feeling suffocating. I dreamed I heard scratching sounds coming from underneath the floor, a faint, wet scraping. Then, a voice whispering my name from just outside the thin wall. It sounded distorted, watery, like someone speaking through a mouthful of pebbles. Kevian, come out. It's nice by the water. I woke up yelling, heart pounding, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly on the dark interior. Nothing there, just my own fear echoing back at me. During the day, I tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy, forcing myself to walk the campground trails. But the paranoia was a constant companion. I found myself studying the shoreline from a distance, scanning the water for any unusual movement. Every dark shape beneath the surface made me flinch. I saw an actual river otter once, playing near the bank of a stream that fed into the ocean nearby. Sleek, fast, undeniably cute. But watching it slip effortlessly into the water sent a jolt of pure terror through me. The image of those web prints superimposed itself onto the innocent creature. I backed away slowly, then turned and practically ran back to the RV. I started obsessively researching the Kushtaka again on my phone whenever I could get a weak signal. No longer laughing, I devoured every scrap of lore, every variation of the legends. Some sources said they feared dogs. Others mentioned fire or iron. But the accounts were inconsistent, fragmented. The Tlingit stories treated them as a genuine danger, spirits to be respected and avoided. They weren't jokes. They were warnings. Warnings I hadn't heeded. One afternoon, trying to distract myself, I was sitting at the dinette table, attempting to read a book. It was raining lightly, drumming on the RV roof. Suddenly, a loud thump came from the side of the motorhome, right by the window I was next to. It was heavy enough to make the whole vehicle shudder slightly. I jumped, dropping the book. My heart leaped into my throat. I stayed absolutely still, straining my ears. Silence. Slowly, cautiously, I peeled back the edge of the curtain. Nothing. Just wet trees, empty campsite. Probably a branch falling in the wind, I told myself. A heavy, waterlogged branch. Made perfect sense. Except, the sound hadn't come from the roof. It had come from the side, like something heavy had slammed into it. Or maybe something had tried to climb it. I didn't sleep at all that night. Sat rigid in the driver's seat, peering out into the darkness. Flashlight beam cutting uselessly through the rain-streaked windshield. The feeling of being hunted was overwhelming now. The footprints hadn't been a one-off anomaly. The nightmares weren't just dreams. The thump wasn't just a branch. Something was stalking me. The otter men were real, and somehow I had drawn their attention. Leaving the lake hadn't been enough. They were still out there, and they knew where I was. Just before dawn, exhausted and frayed, I heard it again, faintly almost lost in the sound of the rain. Crying. A child's cry, seemingly coming from the woods just beyond my campsite. It sounded so lost, so pitiful. For a horrifying second, that same unnatural compulsion from the nightmare washed over me, the urge to go, to help. Then, the crying abruptly stopped, replaced by a low, chuckling sound. Guttural. Wet. It wasn't human. I didn't breathe until the sun was fully up. That chuckle. That wet. A human sound echoing in the rain. Soaked darkness that broke something inside me. The last shred of denial. The last gasp of hope that this was all some elaborate, stress-induced hallucination. It was real. It was outside. And it was laughing. My mind raced, cycling through the fragments of lore I desperately scanned. Fire. Iron dogs. No dog. I scrambled through the RV's toolkit, heart hammering against my ribs. Found the tire iron. Heavy, solid steel. Felt ridiculously inadequate, but it was something. I grabbed the cast iron skillet from the galley too. Placed the skillet against the main door, wedged the tire iron next to it, handle pointing towards the lock. Pathetic. Symbolic, maybe, but hardly a defense against creatures that could seemingly phase through locked doors. Fire. That felt more primal, more potent. The campground had fire pits at each site. It was still raining, but it had lessened to a miserable drizzle. Screw the rules, screw keeping a low profile. I needed light, I needed heat, I needed fire. Throwing on my rain jacket over my pajamas, I cracked the RV door open just enough to slip outside, tire iron clutched in my hand. The wet, cold air hit me, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine, and underneath it all, a faint, musky, aquatic smell that hadn't been there before. My skin crawled. I worked frantically, gathering damp twigs and branches, using the emergency fire starter I kept in my hiking pack, dousing the wood with lighter fluid I had for the small grill. It took agonizing minutes, my hands slick with rain and fear, constantly glancing into the oppressive darkness between the trees. Finally, sputtering and protesting, the fire caught, casting flickering, dancing shadows around the campsite. It wasn't huge, but it was light. I piled on more wood, needing a blaze. Back inside the RV, door bolted, chair wedged, skillet and tire iron standing useless guard, I felt marginally better. Trapped, terrified, but marginally better. The fire outside crackled, spitting sparks into the drizzle. For maybe an hour, there was nothing but the sound of the fire and the rain. My adrenaline started to ebb, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion. My eyes felt gritty. Then the scratching started again, low, insistent, coming from underneath the RV near the back bunch. Squirch, like claws on metal, followed by a soft thump against the floor beneath me. I froze, listening, barely breathing. Another thump. Something was under there, testing the floor. Suddenly, tapping started on the window right beside my head. 3 distinct taps. Tap, tap, slow, deliberate. I didn't move, didn't look. My gaze was fixed on the opposite wall, heart pounding like a drum solo. The tapping stopped. Silence. Then a voice right beside the window, muffled but clear. My voice, or a perfect imitation of it. "It's okay," my own voice whispered, wetly. Just opened the door. Lost my keys. Let me in. Nausea rose in my throat. Bile burned. It knew my voice. How? Had it heard me talking to myself? Yelling in my sleep? The mimicry was flawless, but the undertone at the slight gurgle, the faint aquatic resonance, it was monstrous. Go away, I croaked, the sound pathetic even to my own ears. A loud chuckle answered, the same sound I'd heard earlier. Then, silence again, stretching for an eternity. The fire outside popped loudly. The scratching underneath had stopped. Had it gone? Just as a sliver of hope returned, the whole RV shook. Violently. Like something immense had slammed into the side. I cried out, scrambling back from the window. Another slam, harder this time, rattling the dishes in the cupboards. Then another, rocking the vehicle on its suspension. It wasn't trying to be subtle anymore. I fumbled for the mag light, flicked it on, the beam cutting through the dark interior. My eyes darted towards the window nearest the commotion. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Steeling myself, I aimed the flashlight beam through the rain-streaked glass. The beam landed on a hand, pressed flat against the window, pale, puckered from water, and unmistakably webbed between the long, thin fingers. Above the hand, partially illuminated, was a face, or part of one. Sleek, dark, wet fur or hair plastered to a narrow skull. Large, dark eyes that seemed to reflect the flashlight beam with intelligent, malevolent curiosity. The mouth was wide, pulled back in something that might have been a grin, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. It wasn't quite otter, not quite human. It was something horrifyingly other. I screamed. A raw, primal sound of pure terror. As I screamed, the thing, the Kushtaka, recoiled slightly from the light, its eyes narrowing. It didn't seem hurt by the beam, but perhaps surprised, annoyed. It slid away from the window, vanishing into the darkness. That was it. No more hiding. No more waiting. Run. I didn't care about the fire, the tire iron, anything. I scrambled into the driver's seat. Keys already in hand this time. Engine roared to life again. Slammed it into reverse, not caring what was behind me. The RV lurched backwards, hitting something with a soft thud, a picnic table, maybe. Didn't care. Cranked the wheel, shifted to drive, floored it. As I pulled out of the campsite, headlights slicing through the rain and darkness, I saw them. Just for a second, caught in the beams. Two figures standing near the fire pit I'd abandoned. Dark, slick, man-sized but unnaturally thin, watching me go. Their eyes seemed to gleam in the light. They didn't pursue, not physically. But I felt their gaze follow me, cold and ancient. I drove like a bat out of hell. Didn't stop until I hit the outskirts of a major city, Junia, maybe. I don't even remember clearly. Found a brightly lit 24-hour gas station. Pulled in near the pumps, and just sat there shaking, watching the sun come up over a landscape of concrete and gas pumps instead of trees and water. I stayed there until well after sunrise, watching normal people go about their normal lives, feeling like I'd returned from another planet. I booked the first available ferry heading south that could take the RV. The journey back through Canada, down into the States, was a blur of exhaustion and paranoia. Every lake, every river, even large puddles by the side of the road, made my heart seize up. I avoided camping, stayed in cheap motels right off the highway whenever I had to stop. Places with lots of lights and other people. I probably looked like a lunatic, wild-eyed and jumpy. I'm back in Phoenix now. Sold the RV as soon as I got here. Took a massive loss, didn't care. I just wanted it gone. I'm staying with my sister, sleeping on her couch. I can't be alone, especially not at night. Is it over? I don't know. I think I lost them, physically. I'm thousands of miles away from the Tongass, from those deep, cold waters. But sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I hear it. Faintly. The sound of water lapping. Sometimes I see movement out of the corner of my eye, near the shower drain or the sink. Probably just my traumatized mind. But yes to be. I went to fill a glass of water at my sister's kitchen sink. As I turned off the tap, I saw it on the wet stainless steel divider between the two basins, just for a second before I wiped it away frantically. A single, tiny wet foot perfectly formed and webbed. So, yeah, laugh at the local legends. Dismiss the old stories. Go unprepared into the wild places of the world. But take it from me, Kevin Garcia, the guy who used to work a boring office job and dreamed of adventure, some stories are true. Some warnings are there for a reason. And some things, once they notice you, might never stop watching. Be careful near the water, please. My name is Ashley Brown. Before last October, that name probably wouldn't have meant anything to you. Honestly, I preferred it that way. Now things are different. Now, I feel this compulsive need to tell people what happened. To get it out there, partly as a warning, partly because I'm terrified that if I keep it bottled up, it'll consume me entirely. Or worse, that it will somehow know I'm keeping silent and come back for me. It happened near Valdez, Alaska. If you've never been, picture this dramatic. Jagged mountains plunging almost directly in the sea, glaciers clinging to their sides like frozen monsters, and vast stretches of wilderness that feel ancient and utterly indifferent to human existence. It's beautiful, breathtakingly so, but it's also got an edge, a sense of raw power that demands respect. My boyfriend Liam and I were up there for what was supposed to be a final, epic road trip before settling down into the predictable rhythm of jobs and maybe, eventually, a mortgage. We'd saved for months, kitted out his sturdy old 4Runner, and planned a route that would take us through some of the most remote and stunning landscapes the state had to offer. Valdez was near the end of our loop. We'd spent the morning exploring the area around the Worthington Glacier, snapping photos like typical tourists, feeling dwarfed by the sheer scale of the ice and rock. Liam was behind the wheel as we headed back towards the Richardson Highway, aiming for a small, supposedly scenic detour he'd found mentioned on some obscure travel forum. It promised waterfalls and hidden valleys, the kind of off-the-beaten-path discovery we lived for. The sky was overcast, a typical Alaskan gray, but visibility was fine. The air was crisp, smelling of pine and damp earth. It felt normal, deceptively normal. The turnoff was little more than a gravel track, barely marked. "You sure about this, Lewis and Clark?" I teased, checking the map on my phone. Even here, we surprisingly had a couple of bars of signal. Liam grinned, his eyes alight with the thrill of exploration. "Adventure awaits Ash! Worst case." We turn around. The forum guys swore by it, said the views were legendary. The track went deeper into the dense spruce forest. The trees pressed close on either side, their dark branches interlacing overhead, creating a tunnel-like effect. The gravel crunched rhythmically under the tires. For the first 20 minutes or so, it was exactly what we'd expected, bumpy, slightly claustrophobic, but undeniably wild. We saw a moose crashing through the undergrowth, a majestic sight that had us fumbling for our cameras too late. We were happy, relaxed, completely oblivious. Then the fog came. It wasn't a gradual creep, it was like a switch had been flipped. 1 minute, we could see maybe 50 yards down the track. The next, a wall of solid white descended. It rolled in from the sides, flowed down from the unseen slopes above, coalescing into an impenetrable blanket. It wasn't just fog, it was thick wet, and strangely silent. The usual forest sounds, the birds, the rustle of unseen creatures, seemed to just stop. The only sound was the engine of the 4Runner and the unnerving drip, drip, drip of condensation falling from the branches onto the roof. "Whoa," Lee muttered, slowing the truck to a crawl. Where did that come from? He flicked on the headlights, but they barely punched a few feet into the oppressive whiteness. It was like driving into a bottle of milk. Maybe we should turn back, I suggested, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. This felt different from normal coastal fog. It felt heavier, somehow more deliberate. We must be close to that viewpoint the forum mentioned, Liam said, though his voice lacked its earlier confidence. Probably just a localized patch. Let's go another 5 minutes. If it doesn't lift, we head back. But the fog didn't lift. If anything, it got denser. The track beneath us seemed to vanish completely, the smallest noises, forcing Liam to navigate purely by feel, trying to keep the wheels on what he hoped was still solid ground. I pulled up the GPS app on my phone again. The little blue dot representing us was still moving along the thin gray line that marked the track on the map. But then it flickered. "That's weird," I said, tapping the screen, signals dropping out. The bars dwindled from 2 to 1, then disappeared entirely. "No service," Liam sighed. "Great. Okay, plan B? Turning around?" Easier said than done. The track was narrow, bordered by dense trees barely visible as looming shapes in the fog. Reversing would be treacherous, and finding a spot wide enough to execute a 3-point turn seemed impossible. We crept forward, hoping for a clearing. That's when the GPS, despite having no signal, suddenly flickered back to life, displaying the cached map. But something was wrong. The blue dot, our supposed location, was now sitting squarely in the middle of a featureless green expanse on the map, miles away from any marked road or track. "What the hell?" Liam leaned over, squinting at the screen. "That can't be right. We haven't left the track. Must be a glitch." But it didn't feel like a glitch. It felt like the map was telling us the track we were currently driving on didn't exist. I looked out my window, trying to penetrate the fog. The trees I could vaguely make out seemed wrong. Taller, maybe. Packed closer together than they had been just minutes ago. It was hard to tell through the soup, but the feeling was insistent. The landscape was changing. "Liam," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "Stop the truck." He brought the Forerunner to a halt. The silence that descended was absolute, broken only by our own breathing and the incessant dripping. It pressed in on us, heavy and suffocating. "What is it?" he asked, his eyes scanning the white void ahead. "The trees," I whispered. "Look." We both stared out the windshield. Directly in front of us, where the track should have continued, a massive, ancient-looking spruce stood Tinnel. It wasn't there a second ago. I was sure it wasn't. There was no way Liam could have drifted off the track that quickly without us realizing it, and even if he had, a tree that size wasn't something you just missed. It blocked the path completely. "Okay," Liam said, his voice tight. "Okay, that's weird. I must have veered off. Let me just back us up." He put the truck in reverse, craning his neck to look behind. I twisted in my seat, peering through the rear window. Nothing but fog. He eased back slowly, maybe 10 feet, then stopped. "There should be track here," he said, baffled. "I'm pretty sure I'm right back where we were." He tried nudging the truck slightly left, then right, searching for the feel of the gravel path. Nothing. It felt like we were parked on soft, yielding forest floor. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. "Liam, where's the road?" He cut the engine. The silence now was deafening. "I don't know, Ash." I swear it was right here. We sat there for a minute, maybe longer, trapped in a bubble of white uncertainty. The fog swirled lazily outside. Revealing nothing, I looked at the GPS again. The blue dot remained stubbornly fixed in the empty green space on the map. No roads. No tracks. Just wilderness. Then came the shifting. It wasn't a visual thing at first. More of a feeling. A stomach-churning sensation like the ground itself was subtly rearranging itself around us. I looked out my side window. A cluster of birch trees I thought I'd glimpsed moments before seemed further away now. Or were they closer? The fog played tricks, distorting distance, making it impossible to be sure. But the feeling persisted. The world outside the truck was in flux. "Did you feel that?" I asked Liam, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded slowly, his face pale. "Yeah, like slight turbulence, but we're not moving." He turned the key, and the engine roared back to life, startlingly loud in the stillness. "Okay, screw this. We're getting out of here." "I'm just going to push forward slowly. There has to be a way through." He eased the truck forward, nudging past the big spruce that shouldn't have been there. We bumped over uneven ground, branches scraping against the paintwork. Visibility remained near zero. Every few feet, a tree would loom out of the whiteness, forcing him to swerve. It didn't feel like we were driving through a forest. It felt like the forest was actively closing in, placing obstacles in our path. Time started to feel strange, too. Had we been in this fog for 10 minutes? An hour? The clock on the dashboard just seemed to tick normally, but my internal sense was completely skewed. Distances felt wrong. A gap between two trees would look wide enough to pass through, but as we approached, it would seem to shrink, forcing another detour. A ridge line, glimpsed momentarily through a thinning patch of fog, appeared miles of 1 second, then alarmingly closed the next. We were boxed in. The landscape wasn't just passively confusing, it felt like it was actively manipulating us, hurting us, playing tricks with our senses. The GPS remained useless, a mocking blue dot lost in a sea of green. The road we came in on vanished, not just from the map, but seemingly from existence itself. We were lost in a way I'd never conceived of being lost before, not just geographically, but reality itself felt like it was fraying at the edges, distorted by the silent, suffocating fog near Valdez. And the chilling thought began to form: this wasn't just fog. This was something else entirely. Something that had swallowed the road, rewritten the map, and was now playing with us. The air inside the Forerunner grew thick with unspoken fear. Every rational explanation we tried to grasp felt flimsy, dissolving like smoke in the face of the impossible reality outside our windows. GPS glitches happen, sure. People get lost in the fog, but roads don't just vanish. Trees don't materialize out of thin air to block your path. Landscapes don't warp like you're looking through flawed glass. "Okay, Ash," Liam said, trying to inject a calm he clearly didn't feel into his voice. "Let's just think. We came in on a gravel track. It has to still be here somewhere. Maybe the fog is making us imagine things. Imagine." I choked out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "Liam, we both saw that tree appear. We both feel how weird everything is. The GPS shows us miles from any road. This isn't just fog." He didn't argue. He just gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles white. "Right, okay. So, what do we do?" "We have to find the track," I said, trying to sound practical. "Maybe if we drive really slowly in a straight line." "Which way is straight?" he countered, gesturing uselessly at the impenetrable white surrounding us. We could be going in circles for all we know. He had a point. Our sense of direction was utterly shot. I rummaged in the glove compartment for the old-fashioned compass we'd packed mostly as a nostalgic backup. I held it flat on my palm, waiting for the needle to settle. It swung lazily, then faster, spinning erratically before finally settling, pointing directly towards the back of the truck, regardless of which way I turned it. "It's pointing south," I murmured, frowning. "Which should be roughly behind us if the track ran east, west like I thought." Liam turned the truck slowly, trying to align us with what the compass indicated was north. The needle spun again, wildly this time, before settling again, still pointing resolutely towards the rear bumper. "It's broken," Liam stated flatly. "Or it's something else. Something else." That phrase hung heavy in the air. We tried driving again, picking a direction almost at random, crawling forward at less than walking pace. The ground remained uneven, soft earth and occasional rocks bumping under the tires. Every few yards, a dark shape would loom out of the mist, another tree, a dense thicket of alder forcing a correction. It felt less like navigating and more like bumping around inside a pinball machine designed by a malevolent entity. The silence was still profound, but now it felt different, less empty, more watchful. I kept thinking I heard things, a twig snapping just beyond the edge of visibility, a low murmur that might have been wind, but didn't sound quite right, a soft thump against the roof. Each time we'd freeze, straining our ears, only to be met with the same oppressive stillness and the maddening drip, drip, drip of condensation. Was it the fog playing tricks on our hearing as well as our sight? Or was there something out there, hidden in the whiteness, tracking our clumsy movements? I rolled down my window a crack, hoping the cold air might clear my head. The fog immediately curled inside, damp and clammy, carrying a strange scent, not just wet earth and spruce, but something else underneath. A faint, metallic, almost ozone-like tang, mixed with something vaguely like decaying vegetation, but colder, sharper. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. "Smell that," I whispered. Liam sniffed the air cautiously. "Yeah, weird, like right before a thunderstorm. But there was no storm, just the fog." I quickly rolled the window back up. the unsettling scent lingering in the cab. Time continued its bizarre dance. We drove, stopped, debated, drove again. According to the dashboard clock, maybe 45 minutes passed. It felt like hours. Or maybe minutes. My brain couldn't reconcile the slow crawl of the truck and the seemingly endless, unchanging landscape with the steady tick of the digital display. It felt like we were caught in a loop, or like time itself was stretching and compressing around us. At one point, desperate, Liam stopped the truck again. I'm going to get out. Just for a second, see if I can spot anything, get a sense of the ground. No, I grabbed his arm. Don't leave the truck. Please, Liam. It doesn't feel safe out there. The thought of him stepping out into that white void, potentially vanishing just feet away, filled me with a primal terror. He looked at my face, saw the genuine panic in my eyes, and hesitated. Okay, Ash. Okay, we stay in the truck. Both of us, he put a hand on mine. His was freezing cold, or maybe mine was just clammy with sweat. We've got fuel, we've got water and snacks in the back. We just need to wait. Maybe the fog will lift. Waiting felt like surrender, but the alternative, blundering blindly through this shifting, hostile landscape, felt like suicide. We turned off the engine again to conserve fuel. The silence crashed back in, heavier than before. We sat without speaking, listening to the drip, 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 and the frantic thumping of our own hearts. How long we sat there, I don't know. Time had lost all meaning, like noises. Long enough for the windows to fog up from the inside, adding another layer between us and the white oblivion outside. Long enough for despair to start truly setting in. We were lost in a place that shouldn't exist, where the laws of physics seemed optional. Suddenly, Liam tensed. Listen. I held my breath. At first, nothing. Then, faintly, cutting through the silence, music. It sounded like tinny, old-fashioned radio music, distorted and distant. Faint strings, a crooner's voice, muffled as if coming from very far away, or through thick walls. Where is that coming from? I whispered, scanning the fogged-up windows. Sounds like that way. Liam pointed vaguely off to the right. Hope, sharp and desperate, flared in my chest. Music meant people. Civilization. Maybe a remote cabin, a logging camp. Someone who could help us, tell us where we were. Liam started the engine. The sound jarring after the prolonged silence. He turned the truck slowly towards the direction of the faint music. It seemed to get slightly louder as we moved, though still frustratingly indistinct, warped by the fog. We bumped forward, faster now, driven by renewed purpose. The music led us towards a slightly thinner patch of fog. Shapes began to resolve more clearly. Not cabins, not buildings. Strange, dark shapes looming against the grayish white. They looked like standing stones. Tall, rough-hewn monoliths, arranged in a loose, irregular circle. They weren't natural formations. They looked deliberately placed, ancient and weathered. And in the center of the circlet, something else. It was hard to make out clearly, obscured by swirling tendrils of mist, but it looked like a car. An old one. An absolute wreck, rusted through, half swallowed by moss and encroaching vegetation. Its windows were gone, doors hanging open like broken jaws. It looked like it had been there for decades, and the music seemed to be coming from it. What the? Liam breathed. Slowing the truck stopped to us just outside the ring of stones. A chill that had nothing to do with the Alaskan air snaked down my spine. An old wreck, miles from any known road, surrounded by standing stones, playing phantom radio music in the middle of an impossible fog. This wasn't rescue. This was something else. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong. Liam cut the engine. The tinny music seemed slightly louder now, echoing strangely off the stones. It was definitely some kind of old tune, maybe 1940s or 50s big band style, but distorted, warped, like a record playing at the wrong speed, occasionally slowing down or speeding up. Stay here, Liam said, his voice grim. He reached for the heavy-duty flashlight from the door pocket. Liam. No! I pleaded again, but this time the look on his face was different. Not adventurous, not panicked, but determined. Something's wrong, Ash. Really wrong. We need to know what this is. He checked the flashlight beam, then opened his door. Lock it behind me. Don't get out unless I call you. The moment he stepped out, the fog seemed to swirl around him, momentarily obscuring him before he pushed through toward a rusted car. I fumbled with the lock button, my heart pounding against my ribs. I watched him through the windshield, a lone figure moving cautiously through the airy circle of stones, his flashlight beam cutting a swath through the mist. He reached the derelict car, played the light over its rusted shell, then leaned in through the driver's side window frame. He stayed there for a few seconds, then straightened up abruptly, staggering back a step. Even from the truck, I could see the look of horror on his face, illuminated by the flashlight beam reflecting off the fog. He turned and ran back towards the 4Runner, scrambling inside and slamming the door shut, fumbling to lock it. "Liam, what is it? What did you see?" I cried, grabbing his arm. He was breathing heavily, his eyes wide with terror. He didn't speak for a moment, just stared straight ahead into the fog that hid the wreck and the stones. Then he whispered, his voice hoarse. "It's not a radio. Ash. The music is coming from inside the car. And there's someone in there. Someone." The word came out as a strangled squeak. My blood ran cold. Someone alive. Hurt. Who? Liam shook his head violently, still staring wide-eyed through the windshield where the derelict car sat hidden in the swirling mist. Not alive. Not like us. His voice was low, trembling. It was dark inside, Ash, but the flashlight caught something. Sitting in the driver's seat looked like jerky. Old leather stretched over bones, but it moved. Just slightly. A hand on the dashboard, fingers tapping. Fingers tapping to the rhythm of the ghostly, warped music. Bile rose in my throat. And the music, he continued, his voice barely audible over the thumping in my ears. It wasn't the radio. There is no radio in that wreck. It's gutted. The sound it was coming from its throat. A horrible, wet, whistling sound trying to mimic the music. I didn't need to hear any more. "Go!" I screamed, pounding on the dashboard. "Liam, drive! Get us out of here! Now!" Liam didn't need telling twice. He slammed the gear shift into reverse, engine roaring, tires spinning on the soft ground before finding purchase. He swung the wheel wildly, trying to get us turned around, away from the circle of stones and the abomination in the car. The distorted music seemed to swell, chasing us, punctuated by that sickening, whistling sound Liam had described. As we backed away, the fog swirled violently. For a horrifying second, it parted near the circle, and I caught a glimpse of the standing stones. They looked taller now, darker, seeming to lean inwards as if trying to prevent our escape. And I could have sworn, just for a heartbeat, I saw movement near the rusted car, a shadowy figure detaching itself, starting to shamble towards us through the mist. "Faster!" I shrieked. Liam wrenched the wheel, turning us away, and floored the accelerator. We plunged back into the thickest part of the fog, bumping and crashing through the unseen undergrowth. Branches scraped and clawed at the truck like skeletal fingers. The distorted music faded slightly behind us, but the feeling of being pursued was stronger than ever. It felt like the entire forest, the fog itself, was chasing us. Driving was chaos. Liam swerved constantly to avoid trees that loomed out of the white at the last second. More than once, we slammed into smaller ones with jarring force, the impacts rattling our teeth. A low-hanging branch smashed against the windshield, creating a spiderweb crack right in my line of sight. The metallic ozone and decay scent from earlier was back, stronger now, seeping into the cab even with the windows shut tight. Time went completely haywire. One moment, the dashboard clocked 3:17 p.m. I blinked, looked away at a particularly nasty jolt, and when I looked back at read 3G18 p.m., normal enough. But then, after what felt like at least 10 minutes of frantic driving, dodging trees and rocks, I glanced at it again. 3G20 p.m., not even the smallest noises. Only 2 minutes had passed. Or was it skipping? The landscape outside, glimpsed in flashes, seemed to repeat itself, the same configuration of spruce and alder whipping past again and again. Were we driving in circles, guided by whatever malevolent intelligence controlled this place? "It's hurting us," Liam muttered, his face grim, sweat beading on his forehead despite the chill. "It keeps turning us back." He was right. No matter which direction he tried to force, Obstacles seemed to appear, nudging us subtly onto a different path, a path that always felt like it led deeper into the white maze. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a suffocating pressure against the windows. I kept flinching, imagining pale faces or grasping hands materializing out of the mist just beyond the glass. Then came the sound. A low, guttural groaning, seemingly coming from everywhere at once. It resonated deep in my chest, a vibration of pure dread. It wasn't animal, wasn't human. It was the sound of something ancient and vast and utterly alien, roused and angry. The distorted music had been creepy. This was primal terror. It knows we're trying to leave. I whispered, tears finally starting to stream down my face. I huddled against the passenger door, wishing I could disappear. Suddenly, the ground beneath us dipped sharply. Liam cursed as the front wheels plunged into soft mud, the engine whining in protest as he tried to accelerate out. The back wheels spun uselessly. We lurched, sank deeper. No. Liam slammed his fist on the steering wheel. He gunned the engine again, rocking the truck back and forth, but it was no use. We were stuck. Properly stuck. The groaning sound intensified, closer now. Panic seized me. We have to get out. Run where Ash. Liam yelled, desperation cracking his voice. Into that, he gestured wildly at the fog. We wouldn't last 5 minutes out there! The groaning sound was turning into a series of heavy, dragging footsteps. Getting closer. Thump, drag, Liam cut the engine. Lights off. He hissed, plunging us into near darkness inside the cab, broken only by the faint glow of the cracked dashboard clock. We sat frozen, barely breathing, listening to the terrifyingly slow, heavy approach. Thump, drag, it was just outside the truck now. I could feel the impact through the floor. Something massive. Something old. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying harder than I ever had in my life. Praying for it to pass, praying for this nightmare to end. The dragging sound circled the truck once, slowly. I imagined some vast, unseen shape brushing against the metal, sniffing the air. Then, silence. The groaning stopped. The footsteps receded. We didn't move for what felt like an eternity. Every nerve screamed. Was it gone? Was it waiting? Finally, Liam risked cracking his window just enough to peer out. Anything. I whispered. Nothing. Just fog. Maybe thicker. We stayed put. Trying to use the radio was pointless and static. My phone still showed no service. We were stranded, weaponless, in a supernatural trap with God knows what lurking just outside. Hours seemed to crawl by, marked only by the slow change of the numbers on the clock, which now seemed to be moving normally again, mocking us. We ate a couple of stale granola bars in silence. Drank some water. Despair was a physical weight. As dusk began to bleed through the oppressive whiteness, turning the fog from gray to a bruised purple, something changed again. The air pressure shifted, making my ears pop. The fog, which had held us captive for what felt like forever, began to recede. Not gradually, but like a curtain being drawn back rapidly. 1 minute, we were encased in impenetrable mist. The next, we could see. Trees, rocks, the muddy pit we were stuck in, all sharp and clear in the fading light. And about 50 yards away, startlingly close at the Richardson Highway, cars were driving past, headlights on, completely oblivious. We stared dumbfounded. It was impossible. We'd been driving for hours. The noises, convinced we were miles deep in uncharted wilderness. Yet here was the highway right there. The fog hadn't just lifted. It felt like the entire bubble of wrongness we'd been trapped in had simply popped, dumping us back into reality, albeit stuck in the mud just off the shoulder. Liam immediately turned the key. The ominous noises, he thankfully roared to life. He engaged the four-wheel drive, and with a protesting screech and a shower of mud, the Forerunner clawed its way out of the pit and onto the solid gravel of the highway shoulder. Liam didn't hesitate. He pulled onto the asphalt and headed south, away from Valdez, away from whatever pocket dimension we'd stumbled into. We didn't speak for miles. We just drove, watching the familiar lines of the road, the normal trees, the occasional other car, as if they were the most precious sights in the world. We didn't stop until we reached Glenallen, pulling into the first bright-lit motel we saw. Checking in felt surreal. The normality of the lobby clerk, the board, the transaction, it was like surfacing from a deep dive. In the room, we barely spoke. We showered. Smallest noises, scrubbing away the phantom feeling of fog and fear, but it didn't really work. We checked the truck, covered in mud, scratches down both sides. The windshield cracked, physical proof it hadn't been a dream. There was also a deep, inexplicable dent on the roof, right above my side. We never found that turn off again on any map. The travel forum Liam had found it on. We couldn't access it anymore. The link just led to an error page. We reported getting stuck off the highway to the insurance, leaving out the impossible parts. What could we say? That we'd been swallowed by fog that rewrote reality. That we'd found a haunted wreck in a stone circle guarded by a groaning horror. It's been 6 months. We're back home, trying to slip back into our old lives, but it's no use. Sleep offers little escape. Nightmares of swirling fog, standing stones, and desiccated fingers tapping to warped music plague both of us. Sometimes late at night, I think I hear faint, tinny music from another room, but there's never anything there. Liam jumps at sudden noises and refuses to drive anywhere near dense fog. We escaped, physically at least, but something followed us out of that fog near Valdez. A sliver of the wrongness, perhaps. A lingering dread that reminds us that the world we think we know is thin, and there are places, hidden in the mist or just off the marked roads, where reality frays and ancient things wait. We'd even the smallazes. We don't know what we stumbled into, but we know we were lucky to stumble out. And we know, with chilling certainty, that we left something behind in that mud besides our nerve, perhaps a bit of our sanity. And we pray that whatever ever dwells in that fog is content with that and never comes looking for the rest. My name is Mike. Most people would probably call me sensible, maybe even a little boring. I work a standard office job, pay my bills on time, and my idea of a wild Friday night usually involves pizza and a movie. But I have this one friend, Brittany Thomas Britt, who's the complete opposite. She's got this restless energy, always chasing the next adventure. The more remote and unusual, the better. And sometimes, maybe more often than is strictly good for my anxiety levels, she drags me along with her. That's how we ended up camping near the Kennecott Mines in Alaska. Britt had been obsessed with Kennecott for months. She'd show me these hauntingly beautiful photos online, massive, decaying red buildings clinging to a mountainside, stark against the backdrop of snow-capped peaks and colossal glaciers. "It's like a ghost town frozen in time, Mike," she'd said, eyes gleaming. Richest copper strike of the 20th century, booming for 30 years, then poof, abandoned overnight in 1938 when the copper ran out. Think of the stories soaked into those walls. I had to admit the place looked incredible. Located deep inside the Rangel Estate Elias National Park, Kennecott wasn't exactly an easy weekend trip. It involved flying into Anchorage, a long, bone-jarring drive down the McCarthy Road, a rough gravel track built on an old railroad bed, and then a final hike. The isolation was part of the appeal for Britt. For me, it was a source of low-grade humming dread. But her enthusiasm was infectious, and the promise of seeing such a unique, historical site eventually won me over. Plus, she argued camping near it, not in it, would be perfectly fine. We weren't planning on breaking into any derelict structures, just soaking in the atmosphere from a safe distance. The journey itself was epic. Alaska in late summer is breathtaking, vast, wild, and humbling. I couldn't even list noises. The sheer scale of the landscape makes you feel insignificant in a way that's both terrifying and exhilarating. By the time we parked the rental Jeep near the Kennecott Glacier Lodge and shouldered our packs for the short hike to find a suitable campsite, I was already feeling the weight of the place. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth, but there was an underlying stillness, a heavy silence that seemed unusual even for such a remote area. We found a relatively flat spot a decent distance from the main cluster of ruins, maybe half a mile away, nestled in a patch of hardy alpine trees. From our chosen site, we had a panoramic view. The giant, Crimson painted concentration building dominated the skyline 14 stories tall, clinging precariously to the steep slope. Smaller, equally weathered buildings, bunkhouses, a hospital, the old power plant, sprawled below it. Rusting our carts lay tipped on their sides, tracks leading nowhere. It was undeniably beautiful, as Britt had promised, but also deeply melancholic. Haunting was exactly the right word. You could almost feel the history, the echoes of the thousands of people who lived and worked and, in some cases, died here, miles from anywhere. Setting up the tent felt strangely performative, like we were intruders in a place that preferred solitude. Britt, however, was buzzing. She kept pointing things out. "Look, Mike, you can see the tramway towers marching up the mountain." Can you imagine riding in one of those buckets? We spent the afternoon exploring the designated walking paths around the periphery, keeping a respectful distance from the actual structures, which are managed by the National Park Service. Even from afar, the decay was palpable. Windows gaped like empty eye sockets, paint peeled like sunburnt skin, and the wind sighed through gaps in the walls, creating low, mournful sounds. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and fiery orange behind the jagged peaks, the atmosphere shifted. The beauty remained, but the melancholic edge sharpened into something watchful. The temperature dropped quickly. We retreated to our tent, made dinner on our little camp stove, and watched the stars begin to prick the darkening sky. The silence returned, deeper this time, broken only by the occasional gust of wind or the distant groan of the Kennecott Glacier. "Creepy, right?" Britt whispered, sipping her hot chocolate, her voice hushed with reverence rather than fear. "It's intense," I admitted. "You can really feel the isolation." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, just listening. The wind whistling through the skeletal remains of the mill complex did sound strange. Sometimes it mimicked voices, low murmurs lost just as you tried to focus on them. Other times, it sounded like a long, drawn-out sigh. Easy to explain away, of course. Old buildings make noises. Wind does weird things in mountains. But then came the other sound. It started faintly, easily dismissed as a rock settling or maybe a ptarmigan scrabbling in the undergrowth. A pause. Thunk. It was rhythmic, metallic. Thunk, thunk, thunk. It sounded unnervingly like a pickaxe hitting rock. But the rhythm was wrong. Too steady for an animal. Too persistent for shifting earth. And it sounded deep, like it was coming from underground. "Did you hear that?" I asked Britt, my voice barely a whisper. She nodded slowly, her eyes wide, fixed on the side of the tent if she could see through it to the source. "Yeah." "What is that?" Thunk, thunk, thunk. It continued, unwavering. We strained our ears. There were no other campers nearby that we knew of. The designated camping areas were further away. Park rangers. Unlikely, not at this hour, and definitely not doing any subterranean excavation. We looked at each other, a shared thread of unease tightening between us. "Maybe it's seismic," I offered weakly, knowing how ridiculous it sounded. Britt just shook her head. "It sounds like it's right over there," she mouthed, gesturing vaguely towards the mine ruins. Then, layered beneath the rhythmic striking, another sound began to surface. It was fainter, more sporadic, but infinitely more disturbing. A low, guttural sound, like a muffled cry of pain or exertion. It rose and fell, sometimes sounding like a single voice, other times like several, a miserable chorus swallowed by the earth. It wasn't the wind. This felt organic, desperate. Thunk, T-H-U-N-K, Zoa low, drawn-out moan. I thunked my heart was hammering against my ribs. Every horror movie trope, every campfire ghost story I'd ever heard, suddenly felt chillingly plausible. We were miles from help, listening to sounds that shouldn't exist, emanating from the bowels of an abandoned mine complex notorious for its harsh conditions and fatal accidents. Quietly, cautiously, I reached for the tent zipper. Britt grabbed my arm. "What are you doing?" "Just want to look," I whispered back. "Maybe it's clear outside." Slowly, I unzipped the tent flap just enough to peer out. The moon was bright, bathing the landscape in a cold, silvery light. The massive red buildings stood like silent, blood-colored monuments against the glacier's icy glow. Nothing moved. The wind had died down slightly, but the sounds persisted. The relentless think-thunk of the picks, the awful, muffled cries from beneath the ground. They seemed clearer now, less distorted by the tent fabric. I scanned the ruins, my eyes tracing the dark, empty windows of the mill, the hospital, the bund houses. Black vacant squares against the weathered wood. Except one wasn't. High up in the concentration mill, in a window on maybe the 10th or 11th floor, a window I knew had no glass, just a gaping hole, a light flickered. A warm yellow, unsteady light, like an old oil lantern swaying gently in unseen hands. It glowed for a moment, illuminating nothing but the decaying frame around it, and then, just as suddenly, it was gone. I yanked my head back into the tent, my breath catching in my throat. "Britt, did you see that? Up there in the mill!" "See what?" Her voice was tight with fear, her eyes still wide from the sounds echoing around us, the relentless think and those awful, muffled moans. A light, like a lantern. High up, top floors. It was there, and then it just wasn't. My heart was doing a frantic drum solo against my ribs. Seeing something, even something as fleeting as that flicker, felt infinitely worse than just hearing the disembodied sounds. It gave the unseen presence a terrifying hint of form. Britt scrambled to the zipper, peering out into the cold moonlight. She scanned the towering, skeletal structure of the mill building, its empty windows like rows of vacant eyes staring back. "I don't see anything, Mike." It was there, just for a second. Yellow light, like a flame. She pulled back inside, shivering, though whether from cold or fear I couldn't tell. Probably both. Okay, that's not good. The sounds continued, unabated. The rhythmic chipping from underground, the chorus of faint, miserable cries. We sat there in the cramped space of the tent, wrapped in our sleeping bags, but feeling utterly exposed. Sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind against the nylon sounded like claws scraping fabric. Every distant creak from the glacier sounded like footsteps. We tried rationalizing. Maybe it was another person, an illegal trespasser exploring the ruins with a lantern. But why would they be inside the condemned, dangerous structures at night? And what about the sounds from underground? No trespasser could fake that, not with such chilling persistence. We talked in low, scared whispers. Britt, usually the fearless one, seemed genuinely shaken now. The initial thrill of the haunting atmosphere had curdled into raw fear. We debated packing up right then and there, hiking out in the dark. But the thought of stumbling down the trail, away from the faint security of our tent and into that vast, oppressive darkness, with those sounds potentially following us, it was paralyzing. Even the smallest noises. The McCarthy Road was miles away, the Jeep even further. We were stuck, listening to the mountain's tormented dreams. The sounds finally began to fade with the first hint of gray light in the eastern sky. It wasn't an abrupt stop, more like a slow, grudging retreat, the pickaxe blows becoming less frequent, the cries thinning out until only the wind remained sighing through the ruins. Exhausted and emotionally drained, we barely spoke as the sun climbed higher, painting the peaks pink and gold. Daylight brought a fragile sense of normalcy, but the fear lingered like a bad taste in my mouth. The massive red buildings looked slightly less menacing under the bright Alaskan sun, but the sense of decay and isolation felt just as profound. We forced down some instant coffee and dry granola bars. "So," Britt said finally, her voice rough from lack of sleep. "What do? "We leave," I said immediately. "Pack, hike out, get back to the Jeep, and drive until we hit pavement." Britt chewed her lip, staring towards the ruins, and I couldn't. Those noises. Maybe we should just take one quick look around first, in the daylight. See if there's any explanation. An explanation for phantom underground mining and ghost lanterns. I asked incredulously. "Britt, this isn't some Scooby-Doo mystery." "That was terrifying." "I know it was," she insisted. "But wouldn't you rather know? Or at least see if there's anything tangible? Footprints. Anything. What if it was someone messing with us? If we just run, we'll never know." Part of me screamed internally that I didn't want to know. I just wanted to be somewhere safe, somewhere with streetlights and traffic noise. But another part, the smaller, The more foolish part that Britt always managed to appeal to felt a sliver of curiosity mixed with the dread. And maybe she had a point, confronting it, even cautiously, in the daylight might dispel some of the terror. Or maybe I was just trying to convince myself. Okay? I agreed reluctantly. Okay? We stick to the paths. We use the binoculars. I couldn't even miss noises. We don't go near any actual mine entrances or inside anything. First sight of anything weird, we are gone. Deal. Deal. We left our tent standing a fragile beacon of our presence and walked slowly towards the Kennecott site. The air was still, the only sounds our own footsteps on the gravel path and the calls of distant birds. We scanned the ground for tracks other than our own, but found nothing unusual. The area around the mill and other buildings looked just as deserted and undisturbed as it had the previous afternoon. We used Britt's binoculars to scan the windows of the concentration mill, focusing on the upper floors where I'd seen the light. Just empty dark squares framed by rotting wood. No sign of lanterns. No broken glass on the ground below that might suggest someone had been up there recently. It was frustratingly, unnervingly normal. Yet, the feeling of being watched persisted. Standing there, dwarfed by the scale of the decaying industrial complex, I couldn't shake the sensation of unseen eyes following our movements. The silence itself felt heavy, charged. Drawn by a morbid fascination we probably should have resisted, we found ourselves near the periphery of the area where several mine adits, horizontal entrances, punctured the mountainside. Most were collapsed or deliberately sealed with heavy metal grates or concrete plugs, warnings posted about instability and dangerous gases. We kept a safe distance, but even from 50 feet away, you could feel a distinct chill radiating from the dark openings. It was colder here, the air unnaturally still and heavy, carrying a faint, unpleasant scent, damp rock, stale air, and something else, a faint metallic tang, almost like old blood. Britt raised her binoculars to peer at one of the grated entrances. "See anything?" I whispered. She lowered them slowly, shaking her head. "Just darkness. Looks like it goes down deep." As she spoke, a puff of condensation escaped her lips. Despite the relatively mild temperature of the day, the air really was colder here. We stood there for another minute listening, nothing but the wind. Then, just as we were turning to leave, we heard it. Faint but unmistakable. Thunk. A single, muffled impact, seeming to come from deep within the mountain behind the sealed entrance. We didn't need to discuss it. We looked at each other, eyes wide with renewed fear, and practically ran back to our campsite, the fragile courage the daylight had given us completely shattered. "Okay," Britt panted, once we were back near the relative safety of our tent. "Okay, you were right. We leave, now." But glancing at the sun, already beginning its descent towards the western peaks, a new kind of dread set in. It would take us hours to hike back to the Jeep, smallest noises. Navigating the uneven terrain, we wouldn't make it out before dark. The thought of being caught on the trail after sunset, knowing what the night potentially held, was almost as terrifying as staying put. "We can't make it before nightfall," I said, voicing the thought. "It's too far, too rough." Britt looked desperately back towards the ruins, then at the darkening sky. Clouds were rolling in now, thick and gray, obscuring the peaks and making the world feel smaller, more claustrophobic. A low rumble echoed through the valley thunder, or maybe just the glacier shifting again. "So we'd stay?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Neither of us wanted to, but the alternative seemed worse. Hunkering down in the tent, our only shelter, felt marginally safer than being exposed on the trail in the dark. "We stay," I confirmed, my stomach twisting into knots. We zip the tent tight. We don't look out. We just try to wait it out. As dusk fully enveloped the valley, plunging the ruins back into shadow, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. The wind picked up, howling now, rattling the tent poles. And then earlier than the night before, the sounds began. Thunk thunk, louder this time, the rhythm more insistent, almost frantic. And the cries, oh God, the cries, they weren't just muffled moans anymore. They were clearer, sharper, distinct sounds of agony, of despair, echoing from the earth beneath us. It sounded like dozens of voices, a subterranean torment that seeped up through the very rock. TUK, TUK, 2HNK. A desperate shriek cut through the air, chillingly human, followed by a chorus of panicked yelling. All of it sounding like it was coming from deep underground, but somehow getting closer. Fear, cold and absolute, gripped me. We huddled together in the center of the tent, listening, eyes screwed shut. Then Britt gasped, grabbing my arm so hard her nails dug in. Mike, look. Hesitantly, I opened my eyes and followed her gaze towards the tent wall facing the ruins. Through the thin nylon illuminated from the outside, multiple points of light flickered. Not just one lantern this time, but maybe 5, 6, 7 of them. Bobbing, swaying patches of warm, yellow light, moving erratically against the backdrop of the dark mill building. They seemed to be scattered across different floors, some stationary, some drifting slowly, appearing and disappearing in the empty windows like ghostly fireflies. And one of them was moving down, descending floor by floor, heading towards the ground level, heading towards us. Frozen, we watched the disembodied lights dance like malevolent spirits against the backdrop of the hulking ruins. The nylon tent wall acted like a thin, fragile projection screen, showing us the horror playing out just yards away. 7 flickering lanterns, maybe more, scattered across the black, empty eye sockets of the mill and bunkhouses. But our attention, our less noises, our absolute terror, was fixed on the one light that had detached itself. It moved with an unnerving, jerky gait, descending steadily, relentlessly, until it seemed to reach the ground floor. Then it kept coming, away from the buildings, across the uneven, rocky ground. That single point of warm, swaying light advanced directly towards our tent. The frantic pickaxe sounds continued, a hellish, subterranean soundtrack, accompanied by those awful, agonizing cries that seemed to claw their way up from the depths. But now, layered over them, was a new sound, carried on the howling wind, a faint, rhythmic dragging or shuffling noise, getting closer. Mike, Britt breathed, her voice trembling so hard it barely formed the word. It's coming here. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. We were trapped in a flimsy nylon shell miles from anywhere, with something inexplicable and terrifying deliberately approaching us. The shuffling sound grew louder, closer. Scrape, drag, scrape. Like something heavy, maybe metallic, being pulled across the rocks. The lantern light reached the edge of our small clearing. Its yellow glow intensified, pressing against the tent fabric right in front of us, casting our own wide-eyed, terrified silhouettes onto the opposite wall. For a heart-stopping moment, everything seemed to pause, the wind dropped. The underground sounds momentarily faded, leaving only the heavy silence, the shuffling noise just outside, and the suffocating beat of my own heart. A shadow fell across the illuminated patch of nylon, tall and distinct, but undeniably humanoid in shape. It wavered slightly, as if the figure holding the lantern was unsteady on its feet. I could hear breathing just outside the tent wall, harsh, ragged gasps, like someone fighting for air after immense exertion. Scratch. A sound like fingernails, or maybe something sharper, dragged slowly down the tent fabric, inches from my face. Britt let out a strangled whimper, burying her face in her hands. Scratch, scratch, tap, tap. It tapped light on the tent near the zipper. Then, a voice whispered, low and guttural, impossibly close, seeming to seep through the very fabric. It wasn't just the wind this time. It was articulate, deliberate, choked with exhaustion and despair. Help. That single word shattered the last vestiges of our paralysis. It wasn't a request. It felt like a curse, a binding. Before I could even think, adrenaline surged through me. Now, Britt, go! We scrambled frantically, tripping over sleeping bags and each other in the cramped space. I fumbled with the zipper, tearing it open. Britt practically threw herself out into the cold night air. I scrambled after her, not daring to look towards where the light and the shadow had been, expecting a hand to grab my ankle at any second. We ran. We abandoned the tent, our sleeping bags, our stove, even the smallest noises. Most of our food, everything except the clothes on our backs and the primal urge to survive. We bolted away from the campsite, away from the ruins, towards the faint outline of the trail leading back towards McCarthy. The terrain was treacherous in the dark, littered with loose rocks and uneven ground. We stumbled, picked ourselves up, gasping for breath, propelled by sheer terror. Behind us, the pickaxe sounds and the wretched cries seemed to swell again, echoing off the mountainsides, chasing us. I risked a glance back once. The multiple lanterns were still visible, flickering like baleful eyes in the hulking structures. The single light near our abandoned tent remained, stationary now, a lone yellow beacon marking the spot of our desperate flight. It wasn't following, but the knowledge that it could was enough to keep us running. The hike out was a blur of panic and exhaustion. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every gust of wind carried phantom whispers. The miles felt endless. But finally, unbelievably, we saw the dim lights of the Kennecott Glacier Lodge in the distance, and then the blessed sight of our rental Jeep, coated in dust but solid and real. We threw ourselves inside, locking the doors, fumbling with the keys. The engine turning over was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. We didn't speak as I navigated the rough McCarthy road back towards Shatina, driving probably faster than was safe, the tires spitting gravel. The silence in the car was heavy, thick with shared trauma. We just kept glancing at each other, pale and wide-eyed, occasionally looking in the rearview mirror, as if expecting to see a lone lantern light following us down the deserted track. It wasn't until we hit the paved highway, hours later, the first signs of dawn painting the sky, that Britt finally spoke, her voice hoarse. "What was that, Mike?" I didn't have an answer. I still don't. We drove straight back to Anchorage, returned the Jeep, and caught the first available flight home. We barely spoke about it during the journey or since. How do you talk about something like that? How do you explain hearing dozens of men mining and crying in agony from deep within a mountain beneath a ghost town abandoned for nearly a century? How do you rationalize seeing lanterns held by unseen hands, a shadow falling over your tent, a disembodied voice whispering for help? I tried researching Kennecott when I got back. I read about the harsh working conditions, the isolation, the accidents, cave-ins, machinery mishaps, injuries. Many men died there, far from home, their bodies often buried in the small cemetery near McCarthy, or perhaps lost within the mountain itself. But I found no specific story, no legend of phantom miners or ghostly lights that precisely matched our experience. Nothing to explain the sheer intensity, the overwhelming sense of presence we felt. It's been 6 months since that trip. Britt and I are still friends, but something has shifted between us. There's a shared knowledge, a shared scar that we don't talk about but both understand. She hasn't suggested any more adventurous camping trips. Sometimes, late at night when it's quiet, I think I can still hear it, a faint, distinct thunk, like a pickaxe striking rock deep underground. It's probably just my imagination, my nerves still frayed. At least, I hope it is. Kennecott is beautiful, haunting, just like Britt said. A testament to human ambition and endurance. But it feels like something else remains there too, echoes, trapped in the rock, the weight of past suffering pressed into the very landscape. The mountain remembers. And sometimes, I think what Kennecott keeps, it doesn't let go of easily. We heard them. We saw their lights. And one of them asked for help. I don't think I'll ever forget that whisper outside the tent. We were lucky to get away. I wouldn't go back there for anything in the world. My name is Daniel Taylor. Right now, that feels like the only concrete thing left in a world that's rapidly dissolving into snow, encroaching darkness, and a gnawing fear that's colder than the Alaskan air biting at my face. Beside me, clutching the worn map like a lifeline, is Sarah. Her knuckles are white, mirroring the landscape outside, and her breath fogs the passenger window in shaky puffs. We were supposed to be on an adventure, a grand tour of the last frontier before settling down. Maybe finding a place to finally call home. We wanted rugged beauty, isolation, a break from the ceaseless noise of the lower 48. Well, we found isolation, all right. More than we ever bargained for. We were aiming for chicken. Yeah, chicken. Alaska. The name itself felt like a quirky waypoint on our journey north, a story to tell later. We'd been driving the Taylor Highway, a stretch of road that felt less like a highway and more like a forgotten track carved into the wilderness. Stunning, yes, but utterly unforgiving. Miles upon miles of spruce and birch, the silence broken only by the rumble of my trusty, but aging, pickup truck. And then the needle started to drop. It wasn't a sudden plunge, more like a slow, and even the smallest noises, agonizing descent to the red zone on the fuel gauge. I'd miscalculated badly. I'd figured the last gas station would have us covered, maybe pushed it a little too far, wanting to good time before nightfall. But the distances out here, they stretch, they deceive. Every mile felt like 10, and every flicker of that orange low fuel light sent a fresh jolt of panic through my veins. Sarah tried to stay calm, pointing out potential turnoffs on the map that invariably led to nowhere. I checked, just deeper into the dense woods or ending abruptly at impassable creeks. There has to be something, she murmured, her voice tight. Someone must live out here. Maybe, I replied, trying to keep the edge out of my own voice, gripping the steering wheel until my hands ached. But out here is a damn big place, Sarah. The sun was dipping low, painting the sky in brutal oranges and purples, colors that would normally be breathtaking but now just heralded the arrival of a long, freezing night. The temperature was plummeting. Getting stranded out here wasn't just an inconvenience, it felt like a potential death sentence. Hypothermia, while to keep our minds conjured up worst-case scenarios with terrifying ease. We hadn't seen another car for hours. The silence, once peaceful, now felt oppressive, heavy with threat. Just as true despair began to set in, that icy certainty that we were well and truly screwed, Sarah gasped. "Dan! Look over there, through the trees!" I squinted, following her pointing finger. It was faint, almost invisible against the darkening tree line and the gray sky, but unmistakable. A thin, wispy curl of smoke rising straight up into the still air. Smoke meant fire. Fire meant people. Hope, fragile but fierce, flared in my chest. "Okay," I said, forcing calm. "Okay, let's check it out." Slowly. There was no road, not really. Just a barely discernible track, more like a game trail, leading off the main highway into the woods. I eased the truck onto it, the tires crunching over frozen earth and brittle branches. It was rough going, the suspension groaning in protest. Every lurch and bump threatened to stall the engine, to consume the last precious drops of fuel. After a few hundred agonizing yards, weaving through thick stands of spruce, we saw it. The cabin. It was small, hunkered down under a blanket of snow, looking impossibly lonely, made of rough-hewn logs, darkened by weather and time. A single window glowed with a faint, yellow light, and the smoke we'd seen was indeed trickling from a crooked stone chimney. It looked like something out of a fairy tale, but the Brothers Grimm kind, not Disney. There was an air of neglect, yet the smoke proved someone was home. Relief warred with a sudden, inexplicable unease. Something about its utter isolation felt off. I killed the engine, conserving the fumes we had left. The sudden silence was deafening. We sat there for a moment, just breathing, staring at the cabin. "Well," Sarah whispered, deep breaths. "Let's hope they're friendly and have gas." We climbed out, the cold hitting us instantly. The air was sharp, clean, and smelled of wood smoke and pine. Crunching through the snow, we approached the solid-looking wooden door. No doorbell, no knocker, just weathered planks. I raised my fist and knocked, the sound echoing slightly in the vast quiet. We waited. Silence. Then, the slow scrape of a bolt being drawn back from the inside. The door creaked open a few inches, revealing a sliver of darkness. A pair of eyes peered out, pale and startlingly intense in the dim light. "Yeah." The voice was rough, like stones grinding together. Hello?" I began, trying to sound non-threatening, just wary travelers. "Sorry to bother you. My name's Daniel. This is Sarah. Wake, we seem to have run desperately low on fuel. Our truck's just back there. We saw your smoke. We were wondering if you might have any gas to spare. We can pay, of course. Pay well." The door opened wider. The man standing there was tall, unnaturally thin, almost skeletal. His frame seemed lost inside worn, dark clothing. His face was deeply lined, gaunt, with skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. His eyes, though, were the most unsettling part, pale blue, almost colorless, and they darted between Sarah and me with an unnerving scrutiny. The noises. He didn't look surprised to see us, which was somehow more worrying than if he had. He looked past us, towards where the truck was parked, then back again. He didn't invite us in from the biting cold. Gas, he rasped, the word seeming to catch in his throat. Hey, I might have a bit stored. For the generator. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost made my knees weak. Oh, thank God. Seriously, you'd be saving us. How much do you want for it? Name your price. He gave a dry, humorless chuckle that sounded like dead leaves skittering across pavement. Not money. I blinked. Sarah shifted nervously beside me. Not money. Don't need money out here. The Gant man said, his pale eyes fixed on mine. Got most everything I need. But, he paused, letting the silence stretch. There is something I need doing. A favor. My initial relief curdled into apprehension. A favor. What kind of favor? He gestured vaguely with a bony hand towards the rear of his property, deeper into the woods where the darkness was thickest. There's an old tunnel back there. Mining prospect collapsed years ago. Dangerous place. He paused again, his gaze unwavering. There's a box inside. Small thing. Locked. I need it brought back to me. He looked from me to Sarah, then back again, a flicker of something unreadable in his pale eyes. You fetch me that box, and I'll give you enough gas to get you clear to the next town. Plenty. A collapsed tunnel. A locked box. A price that wasn't money. Every alarm bell in my head was screaming. This wasn't just strange. It felt deeply wrong, tinged with a danger far greater than just running out of gas. But then I pictured the falling temperature, the miles of empty road, Sarah's frightened face. We didn't have a choice, did we? The gaunt man's words hung in the frigid air, heavy and cold. A collapsed tunnel. A locked box. Fetch it, get gas. Simple, yet every instinct screamed trap. I looked at Sarah. Her face was pale, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. I could see the refusal forming on her lips, the same one clawing its way up my own throat. But then my gaze drifted past the cabin, towards the darkening woods where our truck sat, useless, a metal coffin waiting for the cold to seep in. The image of us huddled inside, the engine silent, the temperature dropping below zero, that was a more immediate, tangible horror. Can you tell us anything more about this tunnel? Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly but firm. Why did it collapse? Is it safe to go in? The man waved a dismissive hand, the gesture jerky, impatient. Old Prospect shaft. Hit unstable ground happens all the time. Safe enough if you're careful. Stick near the entrance where it caved in. The box ain't deep, just past the main rockfall. He squinted at us again. You want the gas or not? Night's coming on fast. Gets colder. He wasn't wrong. The last sliver of sun had vanished behind the jagged horizon of spruce tops, plunging the landscape into a deep twilight blue. The temperature was noticeably colder than when we'd arrived. I took a deep breath, the icy air stinging my lungs. Okay, I said, the word tasting like ash. Okay, we'll do it. We'll get your box. Sarah shot me a look, are you insane? But she didn't argue out loud. She knew, just like I did, that our options had dwindled to precisely one. This bizarre, unsettling bargain. A thin smile touched the man's lips, making his face look even more skull-like. Good. Smart choice. He turned and disappeared back into the cabin for a moment, leaving us shivering on the doorstep. He returned carrying two items. A battered, old-fashioned oil lantern that glowed with a weak, flickering flame, casting long, dancing shadows, and a small, sturdy-looking shovel with a short handle. Take these, he said, thrusting them towards me. Lantern's got enough oil. Shovel might need it if the box is buried under loose stuff. Follow the path behind the cabin, straight back. Maybe half a mile. Can't miss the tunnel entrance. Looks like the earth swallowed itself. He paused, his pale eyes boring into mine. Just get the box. Don't go exploring. Don't linger. Bring it straight back here. Understand? Yeah. I nodded, taking the cold metal of the lantern handle and the rough wood of the shovel. Straight back. He stepped back and closed the door. the bolt scraping shut with unnerving finality. We were alone again, outside the small circle of light from the cabin window, armed with a dim lantern and a shovel, tasked with robbing a collapsed tunnel for a strange, skeletal man in exchange for our survival. It felt utterly surreal. "Dan, this is crazy," Sarah whispered fiercely as we turned away from the cabin. "A collapsed tunnel. We don't know what's in there. What if it collapses again while we're inside?" "I know, Sarah." "I know," I whispered back, keeping my voice low. "But what choice do we have? Freeze out here. Wait for help that isn't coming." I held up the lantern. He said it's near the entrance. Just past the rockfall. We go in, grab it, get out. Quick and careful. We have to try. She didn't answer, just pulled her coat tighter around herself and nodded grimly. The path the man indicated was barely visible, little more than a depression in the snow, covered ground leading away from the relative safety of the cabin clearing and into the dense black woods. The lantern cast a pathetic circle of light around us, barely penetrating the oppressive darkness. Trees crowded close, their snow-laden branches like skeletal arms reaching for us. The silence was immense, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the frozen ground and the faint hiss of the lantern flame. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, made us jump. The woods felt ancient, watchful, and deeply indifferent to our plight. Or perhaps not indifferent at all. It felt longer than half a mile. Maybe it was the darkness, the fear stretching time. Or maybe the man lied about the distance too. Just as I was starting to wonder if we'd missed it, the ground began to slope downwards more steeply. The trees thinned slightly ahead, opening onto a scene of raw destruction. The tunnel entrance. It wasn't just collapsed. It looked like the hillside had violently vomited rock and earth. A jagged maw gaped in the slope, half choked with boulders, splintered timbers, and frozen soil. The scale of the cave-in was much larger than I'd pictured. Heavy support beams, thick as telephone poles, were snapped like matchsticks. It looked impossibly dangerous, a raw wound in the earth radiating a palpable sense of menace. The air here felt colder, heavier, carrying a faint, metallic tang beneath the scent of damp earth. "My God," Sarah breathed, stopping short. He said, "You near the entrance?" "That's what he said." I replied grimly, holding the lantern higher, bare even the smoises. The weak light did little illuminate the depths of the scar in the hillside. We could see maybe 10, 15 feet past the initial jumble of rock and broken wood before the darkness became absolute. We approached cautiously, our boots slipping on loose scree. The silence here was different, a heavy, waiting silence. We stood at the edge of the debris field, peering into the black opening. "Okay," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud. "Plan is, I go in just far enough to see past this main fall. You stay here, keep watch, hold the shovel just in case." I didn't know what just in case meant, but holding the shovel felt marginally better than holding nothing. Sarah nodded, her face set. "Be careful, Dan. Please, if it looks too unstable, just come back. We'll figure something else out." I squeezed her hand, then took a deep breath and stepped onto the loose rubble at the tunnel mouth. The rocks shifted under my weight, sending a cascade of smaller pebbles tumbling down into the darkness. I froze, listening. Nothing but the echo of the falling stones. Holding the lantern high, I slowly picked my way forward, testing each foothold before putting my full weight down. The air inside was instantly colder, damper, thick with the smell of wet rock and decay. Water dripped somewhere in the blackness ahead, each drop echoing unnaturally. The main collapse was a chaotic mess of rock and shattered timbers. It formed a rough barrier, but I could see gaps, spaces where someone could potentially squeeze through or climb over. And just beyond it, maybe 20 feet from the entrance, illuminated by edge of the lantern light, I saw it, partially buried under a pile of finer debris and splintered wood, nestled against a large, wedged boulder, was a box. Small, dark wound with tarnished metal straps. It was locked, just as the man had said, with a prominent, old-fashioned keyhole. Sat there, waiting, looking unnervingly mundane amidst the surrounding devastation. Relief warred with intensified dread. It was real. It was right there. Almost too easy. Sarah, I see it! I called back, my voice muffled by the enclosed space. It's right here, just past the rocks. Can you reach it? Her voice sounded distant then. Yeah, I think so. Just gotta climb over this pile carefully. I started moving again, placing my free hand on a large, relatively stable-looking boulder to steady myself as I climbed onto the debris pile. The lantern swung, casting wild shadows that writhed like living things on the tunnel walls. I kept my eyes fixed on the box. Almost there, just a few more feet. My boots dislodged more loose rock as I reached the crest of the pile. I knelt, carefully balancing myself, and reached out towards the box. My fingers brushed against the cold, dusty wood. And then I heard it, not dripping water, not falling pebbles. From deeper within the tunnel, beyond the reach of my lantern light, from the absolute blackness that lay past the collapsed section, a faint, distinct scraping sound. Like stone dragging slowly across stone. My blood ran cold. I froze, hand hovering inches above the box, straining to hear. Silence. Then, again, scurry. Slow. Deliberate. And closer this time. Something was in the tunnel with us. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every rational thought screamed, get out, but my hand was still hovering over the damned box. Adrenaline surged, cold and sharp. Forget rational thought. Survival instincts took over. My fingers closed around the small, surprisingly heavy wooden box. The metal bindings were icy cold, biting through my gloves. Dan, what is it? What's wrong? Sarah's voice was tight with panic from the tunnel mouth. She must have heard it too. Something's in here! I hissed, scrambling backward off the debris pile, nearly losing my footing. Rocks skittered away into the blackness. We need to go. Now. I didn't wait for a reply. Clutching the box in one arm and the wildly swinging lantern in the other, I half climbed, half fell back over the treacherous heap of rock and splintered wood. My knee slammed against a jagged piece of timber, sending a jolt of pain up my leg. But I barely registered it. The scraping sound came again, louder this time, seeming to echo from just beyond the reach of the lantern light, from the undisturbed depths of the mine shaft. It sounded wet now, somehow, like something heavy and solid being dragged across damp stone. Ron, Sarah! I yelled as my feet hit the relatively solid ground near the entrance. I grabbed her arm, pulling her with me. We stumbled out of the tunnel's maw, back into the biting cold of the open air, gasping for breath. The sudden transition from the confined, echoing darkness to the vast, silent woods was jarring. We didn't stop. We plunged back onto the barely there path, heading towards the distant, mocking glow of the cabin window. I risked a glance back over my shoulder. The tunnel entrance was a black void against the snow-covered hillside, silent once more. Had we imagined it? The intensity of the sound, the sheer deliberateness of it, argued otherwise. My hand tightened instinctively around the box I carried. What was inside this thing that someone or something wanted kept hidden in a collapsed tunnel, and that this gaunt man needed so badly? The return journey was fueled by pure terror. Every creak of a snow-laden branch, every gust of wind sighing through the pines, sounded like pursuit. The woods, which had seemed merely indifferent before, now felt actively hostile, the trees like silent, judging witnesses. The lantern flame flickered precariously low, threatening to plunge us into complete darkness miles from safety. Sarah kept glancing behind us, her face a mask of fear. I didn't dare look back again. I just focused on putting one foot in front of the other on the small circle of light showing the way, on the weight of the box bumping against my side. Finally, agonizingly, the dim light of the cabin window grew larger. We burst back into the clearing, stumbling, breathing hard, pain flaring in my knee. The cabin sat there, unchanged, smoke still curling lazily from the chimney, as if nothing had happened, as if we hadn't just descended into a potential tomb and possibly disturbed something awful. I hammered on the door, harder than before. We've got it! We've got the box! The bolt scraped back almost immediately, as if he'd been waiting right behind the door. The gaunt man stood there, his pale eyes instantly fixing on the box in my hand. He showed no surprise at our disheveled state, our ragged breathing, our obvious terror. It was as if he expected it. "You were quick," he rasped, his gaze unreadable but intense. He reached out a bony hand, fingers twitching slightly. "Give it here." I hesitated for only a second. The box felt wrong in my hands, heavy with more than just its physical weight. But the alternative, staying here, arguing, trying to understand, was unthinkable. I thrust the box towards him. His fingers closed around it with unnerving speed, clutching it possessively. He didn't try the lock, didn't examine it closely beyond confirming it was the right object. He just held it, cradling it slightly, a flicker of something that might have been satisfaction or maybe relief crossing his gaunt features for the briefest instant. "The gas," I said, my voice hoarse. "You promised us gas." Without a word, he nodded curtly, stepped back inside, leaving the door slightly ajar, and reappeared moments later lugging two heavy, red 5-gallon gas cans. He set them down just outside the door with a thud, enough to get you to talk, maybe further. He stated flatly, already retreating back into the shadows of his cabin, the lockbox held tight against his chest. "Best be on your way. Road's clear for now." And with that, he shut the door. The bolt slid home. End of transaction. We didn't waste a second. Adrenaline still coursed through me, overriding the pain in my knee. We grabbed the heavy cans and practically ran back to the truck. The silence felt immense as I unscrewed the gas cap, the glugging sound of the fuel pouring into the tank the most beautiful noise I'd ever heard. Sarah kept watch, scanning the tree line, peering back towards the cabin, her body language radiating tension. 10 gallons. It felt like liquid gold. I screwed the cap back on, tossed the empty cans aside, let him keep them, and jumped into the driver's seat. The engine turned over, sputtered for a heart-stopping moment, and then roared to life. I've never been so relieved to hear that familiar rumble. I didn't bother trying to turn around carefully. Noises. I threw the truck into reverse, backed up onto the highway with a jolt, tires spinning slightly on the icy shoulder, and then slammed it into drive. We sped away from the track leading to that isolated cabin, away from the collapsed tunnel, away from the gaunt man and his terrible bargain. Neither of us spoke for miles. We just drove, putting as much distance as possible between us and that place. The fuel gauge needle climbed steadily away from empty, a small victory against the overwhelming dread that still clung to us like the chill in the air. We made it to Talk, then further south, eventually leaving Alaska behind altogether. We never finished our grand tour. The adventure had curdled into something dark and traumatic. We never spoke about what happened that night near Chicken. Not really. What was there to say? We traded a task we didn't understand for our survival. We entered a place we shouldn't have and heard something we couldn't explain. We retrieved a box for a man who lived on the edge of nowhere, its contents forever a mystery, though my nightmares occasionally try to fill in the blanks with truly awful possibilities. Sometimes late at night, when the wind howls just right, I think I can still hear it. That slow, deliberate scraping sound echoing from the darkness. We got the gas, yes. But I'll forever wonder what price we really paid, fetching that box from the collapsed earth. Some things buried in the remote corners of the world are maybe best left undisturbed. We certainly disturbed something that night, and I have the chilling certainty that it remembers us. My name is Jessica White, or, well, it was. Sometimes saying it out loud feels like trying on clothes that don't fit anymore, clothes belonging to someone I used to know. Someone Nave. Someone who slept soundly through the night. That Jessica White hasn't existed for a long time now, not since we bought the RV. Mark, my husband, had always dreamed of hitting the open road, not just for a vacation, but living it. Ditching the mortgage, the 9 to 5 grind, the endless cycle of bills and suburban pleasantries. He painted this picture of freedom, waking up to mountain vistas one week, ocean breezes the next. Me. I was hesitant. I like my creature comforts, my predictable routines. But Mark, well, Mark can be very persuasive when he sets his mind on something. His enthusiasm was infectious, and honestly, after a particularly brutal year involving job losses and family illness, The idea of a clean break, a complete reset, started to sound appealing even to me. So we did it. We sold the house, poured our savings into a used, but seemingly sturdy, 30-foot Class C motorhome, the kind with the overhang bunk above the driver's cabin. We christened her the Wanderer, which felt appropriately adventurous. Mark handled the mechanics, the route planning, the sheer logistics of nomadic life. I focused on making the inside feel like home, tiny potted herbs on the windowsill, cozy blankets, our favorite photos tacked to the corkboard. The first few months were okay. There were bumps, literally and figuratively. Learning to navigate tight gas stations, figuring out dump stations, glamorous, I know. Dealing with the occasional breakdown. But there were also breathtaking sunsets over the painted desert, quiet nights under star, drenched skies in national forests, the simple joy of brewing coffee while looking out at a completely new landscape. We felt closer, Mark and I. Stripped of the daily distractions, we rediscovered each other in the confined space of the Wanderer. The RV itself was compact but functional. A small kitchenette, a dinette that converted into bed, a tiny bathroom, and our main bed tucked away in the back. And then there was the cab over bunk. It was dark up there, accessible by a small wooden ladder. We mostly used it for storage, extra bedding, suitcases, things we didn't need daily access to. It remained perpetually shadowed, a slightly neglected space looming over the main living area. We were parked deep in a national forest in Oregon, miles from the nearest town. It was late September, the air crisp with the promise of autumn. We'd found a secluded spot, surrounded by towering pines that blocked out most of the direct sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight even during the day. It was quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of silence that presses in on your ears. Mark loved it. He'd spend hours outside hiking or just sitting by the campfire. I found the deep woods unsettling. Beautiful, yes, but also primal, watchful. The thin walls of the RV suddenly felt very inadequate against the vastness outside. That's when it started, subtly, almost dismissively easy. It was exactly 3:03 a.m. I know because I'd woken up needing the bathroom, and the blue light of the microwave clock glared accusingly in the dark. As I lay back down, trying to drift off again, I heard it. Screw rape. A dry, dragging sound, like fingernails or maybe claws, being pulled slowly across the fiberglass roof directly above our bed. My heart gave a single hard thump against my ribs. Mark was asleep beside me, breathing deeply. The sound came again. Scrape. Longer this time. Slower. Deliberate. My mind immediately jumped to rational explanations. A pine branch heavy with cones swaying in a non-existent wind. An animal, a raccoon, maybe a squirrel. But the sound was too rhythmic, too intentional. It wasn't the random scrabbling of a small creature. It felt methodical. I nudged Mark awake. Mark, did you hear that? He mumbled, bleary-eyed. Hear what? That noise? On the roof. He listened for a moment, the silence stretching thick and heavy. Nothing. Probably just a branch Jess. Go back to sleep. He rolled over, pulling the blanket tighter, already halfway back to unconsciousness. I lay awake for another hour, straining my ears, but the sound didn't return. By morning, in the weak, filtered light, I'd almost convinced myself he was right. A branch. An overactive imagination fueled by the isolation. But it happened again the next night. 3:03 a.m. Scrape. Then silence. Then again, scrape. This time I didn't wake Mark. What was the point? He'd just dismiss it again. I lay there, rigid, barely breathing, until the first hint of dawn painted the small window gray. When I finally dared to look outside later that morning, examining the roof from the ground as best I could, I saw nothing. No low hanging branches nearby, no obvious scratch marks I could discern from that angle. The scraping became a nightly occurrence, always around the same time. Sometimes it was short, sharp. Other times long and drawn out. It was like a form of torture, the anticipation almost worse than the sound itself. Sleep became fragmented, shallow. I started jumping at every little creak and groan the RV made as it settled. Mark noticed my fatigue, my frayed nerves. "You're letting this get to you, Jess," he said gently one evening, stirring the campfire. "It's an old RV in the middle of the woods. It's going to make noises." "It's not just noises, Mark. I insisted, maybe a little too sharply. It's the same noise at the same time every night. Something is doing it. He sighed, poking at a log. Okay. Tomorrow, I'll get the ladder out, climb up, and take a good look. Deal. He did. He spent a good 20 minutes up there inspecting every inch of the roof. He came down shrugging. Nothing, Jess. Not a scratch. No broken branches. No signs of animals. It's clean. His certainty didn't reassure me. It terrified me. If there was no physical explanation, then what was it? The silence felt different after that, charged with something unseen. The woods seemed darker, the trees closer. Then, about a week after the scraping started, the whispers began. We were sitting inside one evening, a cold drizzle starting to patter against the roof and windows. Mark was reading, and I was trying to concentrate on a book, though my ears were constantly straining for that 3 a.m. appointment. Suddenly, I heard it, faint, muffled by the thin wall beside the dinette. A voice. Whisper my name, Jessica. It sounded almost like Mark, but distorted. Drawn out, airy, like the sound was being carried on the wind, even though the air was still. I froze, my blood running cold. Mark was right there, across the small table, engrossed in his book. He hadn't spoken. Mark, I whispered, my voice trembling. He looked up, annoyed at the interruption. Yeah, did you say something? No. Why? He frowned, noticing my expression. Jess? What's wrong? You're white as a sheet. Outside, I stammered, gesturing vaguely towards the wall. I heard whispering. It sounded like you. He put his book down, his expression shifting from annoyance to concern, maybe mixed with a little exasperation. Whispering. Jess, it's raining. You probably heard the wind or rain hitting the side. No, it wasn't the rain. It said my name. He stood up, slid open the flimsy window covering, and peered out into the deepening, misty gloom. Rain dripped steadily from the pines. Nothing moved. There's nobody out there, honey. Nobody for miles. He closed the blind, his voice gentle but firm. You're exhausted. This place is getting to you. Maybe we should think about moving on soon. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was just tired, stressed, my mind playing tricks on me in this isolated place. I wanted to believe him. God, how I wanted to believe him. But the whispers didn't stop. They came intermittently, always from just outside the RV walls. Sometimes my name, sometimes just indistinct murmurs. And always that chillingly distorted mimicry of Mark's voice. I'd hear it call me while Mark was snoring softly beside me in bed. I'd hear it ask for help while he was sitting right across from me, chewing his dinner. Each time, it chipped away at my sanity, making me doubt what was real. Mark tried to be supportive, checking outside whenever I claimed to hear something. But he never heard it himself, never found anything. I saw the doubt creeping into his eyes. He was starting to worry about me, not about what might be outside. The feeling of being watched became constant, oppressive. The RV no longer felt like a cozy home, but a fragile cage surrounded by unseen malice. I dreaded the nightfall, dreaded the silence that allowed the whispers to slither through. I especially started to hate the cab over bunk. Its shadowed space felt like a blind spot, a dark corner where anything could hide. I avoided looking at it, refused to store anything else up there. It just felt wrong. Then came the night that changed everything. The night the boundary was breached. We were asleep, the scraping having already made its 3 a.m. appearance an hour earlier. I was drifting in that awful, exhausted state between consciousness and true rest when I heard it again. Jessica, my eyes snapped open in the pitch dark. Mark was breathing steadily beside me. The sound hadn't come from outside this time. No, this was different. It was closer, much closer. It was coming from inside the RV, from right above us, from the empty, dark cab over bunk. Silence. Thick, suffocating silence followed the whisper from the cab over bunk. My own breathing seemed impossibly loud in the darkness, each inhale ragged, each exhale shaky. Lying there, utterly frozen, I could feel the space above me pressing down, heavy with unseen weight. It wasn't just storage anymore, it was a lair. Jessica. It came again, softer this time, almost intimate. A dry rustle, like shifting fabric or dead leaves, accompanied it. It was undeniably inside, undeniably above us. Terror was a physical thing, a cold fist clenching deep in my gut, icy tendrils creeping up my spine. My eyes were wide open, staring uselessly into the black void where the ceiling should be, hyper aware of the thin mattress and flimsy partitions separating us from it. My first instinct was primal flee. Jump out of bed, scramble out the door, run into the cold, dark woods. But where would I go? The fear of the known, however terrifying, seemed marginally better than the vast, unknown dread lurking outside, and I couldn't leave Mark. With trembling fingers, I reached out and shook his shoulder, hard. "Mark, wake up." My voice was a choked whisper, strangled by fear. He grumbled, swatting vaguely in my direction.
"What, Jess? What is it now?"
"It's inside," I hissed, tears starting to prickle at the corners of my eyes. "It's in the bunk," it whispered. That got his attention. He sat bolt upright, instantly alert. The springs of the mattress groaned under his sudden movement. "What? What are you talking about?" "The voice. Your voice. It came from the bunk, right above us." We both listened intently, straining our ears in the oppressive silence. Nothing. Just the faint patter of leftover rain dripping from the pines outside, the gentle hum of the RV's battery converter. Mark reached over and fumbled for the small flashlight we kept on the tiny bedside shelf. The beam cut through the darkness, sharp and narrow. He pointed it upwards, towards the overhang. The light caught the textured vinyl ceiling, the edge of the bunk where it met the main cabin roof. Nothing looked disturbed. The stored suitcases and bedding we kept up there were just dark lumps in the shadows beyond the main beam. "There's nothing there, Jess," he said, his voice low but trying to be reassuring. It spoke Mark. I heard it. My voice cracked. Twice. He hesitated, then swung his legs out of bed. Okay, stay here." He grabbed the heavier mag light from the kitchen drawer, its beam wider, more powerful. He moved cautiously towards the front of the RV, stepping around the dinette. He stood directly beneath the overhang, shining the light straight up at the underside of the bunk. Then, slowly, methodically, he moved the beam across the opening, illuminating the dark recess within. Empty space, suitcases, a rolled-up sleeping bag. Dust motes dancing in the beam. Nothing else. "See," he said, keeping the light trained up there. Nothing. It was there. I insisted, hugging my knees to my chest, watching the beam tremble slightly in his hand. Was he scared too, or just agitated? He lowered the flashlight, rubbing his face tiredly. "Jess." Maybe sound travels weirdly in here. An echo from outside. The vents. It wasn't an echo, Mark. It was here. I gestured frantically upwards. It sounded like it was right on the other side of the mattress. He sighed a long, weary sound. He walked back and sat on the edge of the bed. "Look, I'm not saying you didn't hear something, but there's nothing up there. Maybe a mouse got in. A bird found a gap somewhere. Did a bird whisper my name? Mark?" The question hung in the air, sharp and accusatory. He didn't answer, just shone the light around the RV's interior corners, ceiling vents, window seals, as if hoping to find a rational explanation etched onto the walls. He found nothing. Eventually, exhaustion overriding fear, or perhaps just wanting the conversation to end, he climbed back into bed. He didn't turn off the mag light, though. He laid it on the shelf beside the bed, pointing towards the front of the cabin, casting long, eerie shadows but providing a sliver of comfort. Neither of us slept much more that night. Every creak, every drip of water outside, every rustle of the bedding made us jump. Mark didn't dismiss me anymore, not entirely, but the fear was morphing into something else in his eyes, a deep, seated worry not for me, but about me. He thought I was breaking down, and maybe I was. How could I not? The next day, Mark was quiet, withdrawn. He spent hours outside, ostensibly checking the RV's exterior again, sealing tiny gaps around windows and vents with caulking gun. But I think he just needed space, needed to be away from the suffocating atmosphere inside, away from me and my perceived hysteria. I stayed inside, huddled on the dinette seat, feeling like a prisoner. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, not just from outside, but from within the RV itself. The air felt thick, static, and my eyes kept drifting upwards towards the bunk. It seemed darker than before, the shadows within deeper, more absolute. We didn't talk about moving anymore. It felt pointless. If it was inside, where could we go? It would would just come with us. The Wanderer no longer felt like our home, it felt like its home, and we were the unwelcome guests. The phenomena escalated, becoming bolder, more intrusive. It wasn't just whispers anymore. Small things started happening. Doors we'd left slightly ajar would be closed when we looked again. Objects on the counter seemed to shift slightly overnight. Once, the small magnetic spice rack attached to the fridge clattered to the floor in the middle of the day, scattering paprika and oregano across the linoleum, even though the RV was perfectly level and still. Mark blamed vibrations from a passing truck miles away on the distant highway, but we both knew we hadn't felt anything. The cold spots became more pronounced. You'd be sitting reading, feeling perfectly warm, and suddenly a patch of air beside you would turn ice cold, raising goosebumps on your arms, only to vanish moments later. There was a smell too, sometimes. Faint, but deeply unpleasant. A coppery, metallic scent like old blood or rust that would appear suddenly and dissipate just as quickly. And the bunk became the undeniable epicenter. The whispers continued, always seeming to emanate from that shadowy recess, sometimes mimicking Mark, sometimes just sibilant, meaningless sounds like snakes slithering over dry leaves. They started happening during the day, too, faint but clear enough to make my blood run cold. Mark heard them once, finally. We were eating lunch, a tense, silent meal, when a clear, distorted whisper of my name drifted down from the overhang. Jessica, hungry? Mark dropped his fork. It clattered loudly on the plate. He looked up, his face pale, his eyes wide with a terror that finally mirrored my own. He didn't need to ask if I'd heard it. We stared at each other for a long moment, the unspoken acknowledgement passing between us, this is real. That night, something changed in Mark. The doubt was gone, replaced by a grim fear and a fierce, protective anger. We have to do something, he said, his voice tight. We can't live like this. He got the ladder we used for exterior maintenance and cleaning. I'm going up there. I'm clearing it out. Everything. Mark, no, don't. I pleaded. What if you disturb it? It's already disturbed Jess. He snapped, his fear manifesting as aggression. It's in our home. I'm not hiding from it anymore. He positioned the ladder carefully, took a deep breath, and climbed. He shone the mag light ahead of him into the bunk space. I stood below, twisting my hands, my heart pounding against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. He reached the top, peering into the darkness. Okay, he called down, his voice slightly muffled. Just the suitcases, the sleeping bag weight. What is it? He was silent for a moment, just the beam of the flashlight visible, moving slowly. There's something tucked away in the back corner, behind the big suitcase. Looks like fabric. He shifted, reaching. I heard the scrape of the suitcase being dragged slightly. Almost got it. Then, he gasped. A sharp, choked sound. The flashlight beam went wild, skittering across the ceiling down the walls, before pointing erratically back towards the bunk opening. Mark,
What is it?
are you okay? I screamed. He scrambled backwards down the ladder so quickly he almost fell, landing heavily on the floor. His face was ashen, his eyes filled with sheer horror. He stared up at the bunk, breathing heavily. Mark, talk to me. He swallowed hard, pointing a trembling finger towards the overhang. It's not empty. Jess. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. There's something up there, tucked in the corner. What did you see? He looked at me, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. A doll, an old, filthy porcelain doll. And Jess, its eyes were open. It was watching me. Mark's words hung in the air, heavy and cold. We stared at the dark opening of the bunk, no longer just an empty storage space, but a cage holding something malevolent. The silence stretched, broken only by Mark's ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my own heart. The flashlight he dropped lay on the floor, casting skewed shadows that made the familiar confines of the RV twist into monstrous shapes. A doll. I finally whispered, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. Where did it come from? We didn't put a doll up there? I don't know, Jess. Mark said, his voice still trembling. He wouldn't take his eyes off the bunk opening. It was tucked way back, under some old blankets we never use. It looked ancient. Dirty, cracked face, but the eyes, God, the eyes looked wet, like they were real, and they were looking right at me. A wave of nosy washed over me. Every ghost story, every horror movie cliché seemed to coalesce into this single, terrifying object. An inanimate thing imbued with malice, watching, waiting. We have to get rid of it, I said, the decision hardening my fear into resolve. Now. Mark looked at me, then back at the bunk, swallowing hard. How? I'm not going back up there. He didn't have to. As if summoned by our words, a faint scraping sound echoed from the bunk. Not the rhythmic scrape on the roof we'd grown accustomed to, but a smaller, closer sound, like tiny porcelain fingernails dragging across wood. Scritch scrape, we both froze. Then, slowly, horrifically, the edge of something pale appeared in the darkness of the bunk opening. A small, grimy hand, fingers curled, edged into view, followed by a glimpse of a faded, lace-trimmed sleeve. I screamed. A raw, visceral sound torn from my throat. Mark reacted instantly, grabbing the heavy mag light from the floor and hurling it upwards with all his strength. It struck the inside edge of the bunk opening with a loud crack. The hand vanished. The scraping stopped. Silence descended again, thicker, more menacing than before. Had we angered it? Get the keys. Mark choked out, scrambling towards the driver's seat. We're leaving. Right now. Leaving. The thought was a lifeline. We fumbled in the near darkness, Mark, jamming the key into the ignition, me frantically trying to secure loose items that might fly around, my hands shaking so badly I could barely function. The engine roared to life, the sound a jarring intrusion into the charged silence, but also the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. But as Mark slammed the gear stick into reverse, a low groan emanated from the RV itself. Not the engine. Not the frame settling something deeper, more integral. The lights flickered violently, then died, plunging us into absolute darkness save for the faint glow of the dashboard instruments. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died. No, no, Mark yelled, turning the key frantically. It clicked uselessly. Dead, utterly dead.
Panic clawed at me. What happened?
I don't know. It was fine.
Batteries charged, tanks full. He trailed off, his head slumping against the steering wheel. Trapped. We were utterly, completely trapped. And then the whispering started again, but it wasn't just from the bunk anymore. It seemed to come from all around us, swirling inside the RV like a cold fog. Multiple voices layered, indistinct, but filled with a chilling malevolence. And among them, clearer than the rest, was the distorted mimicry of Mark's voice, and now mine too. Whispering terrible things, threats, promises of pain. Stay with us forever. You belong here now. Freddy doll wants to play. Cold spots erupted all over the cabin, raising goosebumps on my skin. The metallic smell of old blood was suddenly overpowering, gagging me. Something banged hard against the outside of the RV, then again and again circling us. It felt like fists pounding on the thin walls, the roof, the door. Mark grabbed my hand, his grip painfully tight. The door, he muttered. Check the lock. I stumbled towards the main door, my legs like lead. The lock, a simple deadbolt we always engaged at night, was unlocked. My blood ran cold. I distinctly remembered locking it before bed. I slammed the bolt across, my fingers fumbling with the cold metal. As soon as it clicked into place, something slammed against the door from the outside with enough force to make the whole RV shudder. Then, from the back of the RV, near our bed, came a soft, childish giggle. We both spun around. Nothing. Just shadows. But the giggle echoed, seeming to bounce off the thin walls, worming its way into my ears. It wasn't playful. It was cruel, ancient. That was the breaking point. Reason fled. Survival instinct took over. We couldn't stay inside. Whatever was outside might be terrifying, but the source, the thing controlling this nightmare, was in here with us. Or at least, its anchor was. The doll. I gasped. We have to get it out. Destroy it. Mark looked torn, terrified, but he nodded grimly. He grabbed the tire iron he kept tucked beside the driver's seat. You stay back. He approached the bunk ladder again, his movements stiff with dread. The whispering intensified, swirling around him, clawing at his resolve. The banging outside grew more frantic. He took a deep breath and started to climb, tire iron held like a weapon. As his head rose level with the bunk opening, He shone the weak beam of his phone's flashlight inside. I watched, paralyzed, from the relative safety of the galley. He reached in, his arm disappearing into the shadows. There was a rustling sound, then a muffled curse. Got it? He pulled his arm back, and clutched in his hand was the doll. Even from across the cabin, in the dim light I could see it. About 18 inches tall, porcelain face cracked and grimy, one eye socket empty and dark, the other containing a glassy blue eye that seemed to bore right through me. Its dress was filthy, tattered rags, and it felt wrong. The air around it curdled, pulsed with cold malice. Mark practically threw it onto the dinette table. "Don't touch it," he warned. He raised the tire iron. The whispering reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of threats. The banging outside became a deafening roar. The RV rocked violently. Mark, hurry. He brought the tire iron down hard. There was a sickening crunch of shattering porcelain. But no sooner had the iron struck than an unearthly shriek filled the RV, seeming to tear through the very air. It wasn't human. It was pure agony and rage. The temperature plummeted, frost instantly blooming on the inside of the windows. The entire RV violently lurched, throwing me against the counter. Mark staggered back, clutching his head, dropping the tire iron. The doll lay shattered on the table amongst shards of porcelain, but the single blue eye, somehow intact, rolled slightly, fixing its gaze on me. The whispering stopped abruptly. The banging ceased. An unnerving absolute silence fell, heavier and more terrifying than the noise. We didn't dare move, barely dared to breathe. Had we done it? Was it over? Slowly, Mark straightened up. He looked at the shattered remains of the doll, then at me. Relief started to dawn on his face. I think he never finished the sentence. From the dark, empty eye socket of the shattered doll head, a wisp of inky blackness began to seep out. Not smoke, but something thicker, colder. It coalesced above the table, swirling, growing, taking on a vague, shifting form that seemed to suck the very light from the cabin. It turned its face towards Mark. He didn't even have time to scream. The blackness lunged, engulfing him. I did scream then, on and on, scrambling backwards, tripping, falling. I watched, helpless, as the darkness pulsed, writhed, and then, with a sound like rushing wind, it shot upwards, back into the cab over bunk, vanishing into the shadows. Mark was gone. Simply gone. No body, no trace. Just the lingering cold and the shattered remains of the doll on the table, its single blue eye staring blankly at the ceiling. The RV's lights flickered back on. The engine turned over on the first try. The door locks clicked open. I don't remember driving. It's a blur of terror, tears, and the horrifying emptiness of the passenger seat beside me. I drove until the sun came up, until I hit a main highway, until the RV finally sputtered out of gas on the shoulder miles from anywhere I recognized. They found me there hours later, catatonic, huddled in the driver's seat, unable to explain the shattered doll, the missing husband, the frost still clinging to the inside of the windows on a temperate morning. The RV was impounded. Eventually, it was auctioned off. Someone else's problem now, or maybe not. Maybe it stayed with the wreckage of the doll, or maybe it's still attached to the RV, waiting for its next occupants. I don't know. I don't want to know. I told the police what I could, but who would believe it? They called it a breakdown, a psychotic episode brought on by stress. Mark, they concluded, must have wandered off into the woods during one of my episodes and gotten lost. They searched, but they never found him. So yes, my name was Jessica White, but that woman died in that RV, somewhere in the Oregon woods. I'm just what's left. Someone who sleeps with the lights on, who jumps at whispers on the wind, who can never quite escape the feeling of being watched by a single, glassy blue eye, or the suffocating memory of swirling blackness where her husband used to be. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I hear a faint scraping sound far away. Or maybe it's just the branches brushing against the roof. Maybe. And my name is Alex, and right now, my girlfriend Sarah and I are parked somewhere along the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Dalton Highway in Alaska. Or maybe we're slightly off it. It's hard to tell. The GPS has been spotty for the last 100 miles, and honestly, Every turnout looks the same: gravel, scrubby pines, and a silence so deep it feels like it's pressing in on the thin walls of this rented RV. This trip was supposed to be the adventure of a lifetime. 2 months exploring the raw beauty of Alaska, escaping the concrete jungle of Seattle, breathing air that hadn't been recycled a million times. We saved for 2 years, planned meticulously, booked this slightly past its prime, but supposedly reliable RV, and dreamed of northern lights, grizzly bears, from a safe distance, and absolute freedom. For the first 3 weeks, it was exactly that. Majestic mountains scraped the sky, glaciers gleamed like frozen rivers of time, and the sheer scale of everything made our everyday worries feel laughably small. We felt adventurous, alive, maybe a little bit invincible. That feeling started to fray around the edges about 2 days ago. It wasn't anything dramatic, just a shift. The relentless wilderness began to feel less like a beautiful backdrop and more like an indifferent, potentially hostile entity. The silence stopped feeling peaceful and started feeling watchful. And then, last night, the tapping started. It was subtle at first. We were parked in a designated pull-off, miles from anything resembling civilization. We'd had dinner, were reading our books, the propane heater humming softly. Then, a faint tap 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 against the window above the small dinette table. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide above her book. I listened. Silence. "Probably just a branch settling or something," I said, trying to sound reassuring, though a little prickle of unease had already started. The nearest trees were a good 20 feet away, and there was no wind. It happened again a few minutes later, same rhythm. Tap, 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 clearer this time. Definitely on the glass. "Okay, that's weird," Sarah said, putting her book down. I peered out the window, flashlight beam cutting through the inky blackness. Nothing. Just the dense wall of trees and the gravel stretching out into the dark. No animals, no people, nothing that could explain the sound. We eventually rationalized it away, maybe ice cracking weirdly, or some kind of nocturnal bird we weren't familiar with. But neither explanation felt right. The sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate. It stopped after maybe 10 minutes. But sleep didn't come easily for either of us. The vast emptiness outside suddenly felt occupied. Which brings me today, and why I'm writing this down, my hands shaking slightly. This morning, while Sarah was driving the next leg, I decided to tackle a minor annoyance, a rattling sound coming from one of the overhead storage compartments above the cab over bunk, a space we hadn't really used. I figured something had just come loose on the bumpy roads. I popped the latch and pulled down the compartment door. It was mostly empty, just some old manufacturer manuals for appliances long since replaced in a musty smell. But tucked away in the back corner, behind a loose bit of interior paneling, was something else. A book, or rather, a journal. It was warped and stained, the cheap cardboard cover softened by water damage, the pages wavy and brittle. The ink on the cover was faded, but I could just make out a name written careful cursive Lauren Hall, and underneath, Alaska Trip 92. 92. This journal was over 30 years old. Curiosity piqued. I carefully opened it, the spine crackling in protest. The first few pages were filled with the typical excited scrawl of starting a grand adventure. A family mom-dad, Lauren N., who seemed to be maybe 12 or 13, and a younger brother named Sam. They were in an RV, just like us, embarking on a dream trip through Alaska. As I read on, a strange sense of déjà vu began to creep over me. Their route description, the towns they passed through, the sights they marveled at, it was familiar. Unnervingly familiar. I pulled out our own marked-up map and travel log. Denali National Park, the turnoff towards Fairbanks, the decision to brave the Dalton Highway north it matched. Exactly. Not just the major points, but the smaller details, the specific viewpoint where they stopped for lunch just south of the Yukon River, the quirky little gas station where they noted the surprisingly good coffee. Places we had stopped, things we had noted just days before. It was uncanny. I felt a chill despite the heater's warmth. I kept reading, faster now, the brittle pages threatening to crumble in my increasingly clammy hands. Lauren's entries became less about the scenery and more about the feeling of isolation. She wrote about arguments between her parents, the cramped space of the RV getting to them, her little brother Sam getting increasingly withdrawn and scared of the dark outside. She mentioned strange noises at night, dismissed by her dad as animals. Then I reached the last entry. The handwriting was shaky, hurried. It was dated August 14th, 1992. They were parked, she wrote, somewhere remote along the Dalton, just like us. She described the immense silence, the feeling of being watched from the trees. She wrote about her dad getting angry because the RV wouldn't start that morning, though it had been fine the day before. Then, the final paragraph. It's dark now. Mom and Dad are whispering up front. Sam's asleep, finally, but I can hear it again, outside my window. Tap, 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 it's been going for an hour. Slow, like it's waiting. Dad went out with the big flashlight, but didn't see anything. He says it's just a branch tapping in the wind, but there is no wind. It sounds like fingernails, or maybe little stones. Tap, 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 it won't stop. What is it? That's where it ended. The rest of the page was blank. The pages after that were blank, showing more water damage near the end, as if the journal had been left open or exposed. Tap, 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 the same rhythm. The exact same sound we heard last night. My blood ran cold. I looked up from the journal, out the RV window into the gray, overcast Alaskan afternoon. The trees stood silent, watchers in the endless wilderness. This wasn't just a coincidence. This wasn't just an old journal. This family, the Halls, traveled our exact route 30 years ago, parked in these same remote spots, and heard the exact same rhythmic tapping that we heard last night. And their journal ends right after it starts. What happened to Lauren Hall and her family, and what, dear God, is tapping on the window? The silence that followed my reading of Lauren Hall's last journal entry was heavier than anything I'd ever experienced. It pressed in, thick and suffocating, broken only by Sarah's ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my own heart against my ribs. I held the water, damaged journal out to her, my hand trembling so badly the brittle pages rustled. She took it, her eyes scanning the shaky handwriting of that final paragraph. I watched her face pale, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the fragile book. She looked up at me, her expression a mixture of disbelief and raw terror that perfectly mirrored my own. Alex, no, it can't be, she whispered, her voice hoarse. The same sound, 30 years ago. Tap, tap, tap. I repeated Lauren's description, the rhythm itself feeling like a violation in the tense quiet of the RV. It's exactly what we heard last night, Sarah. And look at this, she wrote their RV wouldn't start that morning. A new wave of fear, cold and urgent, washed over us. We need to leave, Sarah said, shoving the journal back at me as if it were cursed. Right now. Forget waiting until morning. Forget being logical. Start the engine. We're leaving. I didn't need convincing. The thought of spending another minute in this particular patch of gravelly Alaskan nowhere, knowing what Lauren had written, knowing what we'd heard, was unbearable. I scrambled into the driver's seat, keys already in hand, Sarah close behind me in the passenger seat, peering nervously out the windows into the rapidly fading daylight. I jammed the key into the ignition and turned. The dashboard lights flickered on. The engine gave a tired-sounding whine, a pathetic churning, and then died with a click. No. I muttered, grinding my teeth. Come on, you piece of junk. I tried again, same result. A weak attempt followed by silence. My stomach plummeted. Lord's words echoed in my head. Dad's angry because the RV wouldn't start this morning. Check the battery. Sarah suggested, her voice tight. It was fine! We drove for hours today! I snapped, instantly regretting it. Fear was making me irritable. I popped the hood latch anyway, grabbed the big flashlight, and stepped out into the biting Alaskan air. Sarah locked the door behind me, the thunk echoing unnaturally loud in the stillness. Under the hood, everything looked normal. No obvious loose connections, no corrosion on the battery terminals that I could see in the flashlight beam. I wasn't a mechanic, but nothing screamed obvious problem. Back inside, I tried the ignition again. Nothing. It was dead, utterly inexplicably dead, just like the Hall's RV 30 years ago. We were stranded, miles from the nearest hint of civilization, with no cell service, a dead RV, and the terrifying knowledge contained in a water-damaged journal. As if on cue, as the last vestiges of twilight surrendered to deep, impenetrable darkness outside, it started again. Tap a single, soft tap against the window right beside Sarah's head. She let out a chook gasp and recoiled, pressing herself against the driver's seat. Tapped louder this time, insistent. Then, silence for a few heartbeats before the final, chilling beat. Tap, it wasn't just random. It was the same rhythm. Deliberate, precise, taunting. Make it stop. Sarah whimpered, burying her face in her hands. But it didn't stop. After a minute of silence that stretched our nerves to the breaking point, it came again, this time from the small window over the sink on the other side of the RV. Tap, 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 then from the back window, near the bed. It was moving, circling us. We huddled together in the dark cab, flashlight off, too scared to even look out. Every creak of the RV settling, every rustle from the unseen woods outside, sent fresh jolts of adrenaline through us. What was it? An animal. Lauren had thought maybe, but dismissed it. A person. Out here. Why? And why the rhythmic tapping? It felt ancient, ritualistic, utterly inhuman. Trapped and terrified, we turned back to the journal, hoping for some clue, some detail Lauren might have mentioned earlier that we'd missed. We spread our map out, tracing their route. Again, it was identical. Every stop, every minor detour noted in Lauren's youthful script matched our own journey. It felt less like a coincidence and more like we were being guided, forced onto the same path. I examined the blank page after Lauren's last entry, holding the flashlight at an angle, hoping for indentations. Some word pressed through from a page now missing. Nothing but the faint warping from the water damage. But then Sarah noticed something. Tucked deep into the spine, almost hidden where the pages met the cover, was a small, folded piece of paper, brittle with age. Carefully, I worked it loose. It was a child's drawing. It done in crayon, what looked like a torn scrap from a park brochure. It depicted a boxy RV, much like ours, parked near some crudely drawn pine trees under a dark, scribbled sky. Next to the RV stood a figure. It was tall, unnaturally thin, rendered in black crayon, little more than a stick figure, but elongated, wrong. Its arms were incredibly long, reaching almost to the ground. There were no facial features, just a solid black shape. Below it in shaky block letters was one word, Watsiar. Sam's drawing. Sarah breathed, her voice trembling. Lauren had mentioned her younger brother Sam being scared of the dark. Had he seen something? Tried to draw it. The Watcher. The name itself sent a shiver down my spine. Was that what was circling us? Tapping, watching, waiting. Rain began to fall, a light pitter-patter at first, then building to a steady drumming on the RV roof. It masked the smaller sounds from outside, but somehow made the tapping, when it came, even more distinct against the rhythmic drumming of the rain. Tap, tap, tap now on the roof above us. Now back at the side window. Persistent. Patient. Hours passed. We tried the ignition periodically. Still nothing. We were exhausted, terrified, nerves frayed beyond belief. The RV felt less like shelter and more like a cage. A flimsy metal box marked for attention by something ancient and patient stalking the Alaskan wilderness. It's the root, I whispered, the thought solidifying into terrifying certainty. It has to be. Something is tied to this specific path, these specific stopping places. The Halls disturbed or attracted it, or whatever it is, and we just walked right into the same trap. Sarah didn't argue this time. The evidence was too strong, too chilling. We weren't just unlucky, we were retracing cursed steps. Then, sometime after 3 a.m., fueled by sheer desperation, I tried the key one last time before collapsing into exhausted sleep. The engine sputtered, caught sputtered again, and then roared to life, the sound deafening after the hours of tense silence. Hope, sharp and fierce, surged through me.
Go!
Sarah screamed, already gathering the map, the journal, the terrifying drawing. I slammed the RV into gear, not even bothering to retract the stabilizers. The tires spun on the wet gravel, searching for purchase, then caught. We lurched forward, fishtailing wildly before hitting the relative stability of the paved highway surface. I didn't dare drive fast on the slick, dark road, but we were moving. Away from that cursed spot, away from the relentless tapping. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something emerge from the turnout behind us. Rain lashed the windscreen, the wipers struggling to keep up. It was hard to see anything clearly. Was that a flicker of movement by the tree line back there? Something tall and then momentarily illuminated by our taillights? Or was it just shadows, rain, and my overactive imagination? I focused on the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Sarah scanned the darkness on her side. We'd escaped. We had to have escaped. Then, softly at first, almost lost beneath the thrum of the engine, the drumming rain, and the rhythmic sweep of the wipers, we heard it. Tap from the roof, directly above our heads. Tap, tap, traveling with us. Tap, the sound was unmistakable. Fainter than before, muffled by the engine's roar and the drumming rain, but undeniably there. Tap, tap, tap coming from the roof directly above the cab. Panic, cold and absolute, seized us both. How? How was it possible? Was it physically on the roof? Had it somehow latched on as we sped away? Or was it something else entirely? Something that didn't need to obey the laws of physics? Something that could simply be there? The implications were horrifying. It wasn't just tied to that spot. It was tied to us, or perhaps to the RV itself, the vessel that was following the doomed path laid out 30 years ago. Keep driving, Sarah yelled, her voice shrill with terror. Don't slow down, don't stop, just drive. There was nowhere else to go but south, back towards Fairbanks, back towards the illusion of safety that civilization represented. I pushed the lumbering RV as fast as I dared on the treacherous, rain-slicked pavement of the Dalton Highway. Miles dissolved behind us in a blur of dark trees, reflective road markers, and the relentless sweep of the wipers. Inside, the air was thick with fear. We didn't speak much, locked in our own private nightmares, but the unspoken questions hung heavy between us. What was the watcher from Sam's drawing? What did it want? Why this specific route? Had Lauren and her family escaped it? The abrupt end to her journal, the dead RV, Sam's terrified drawing, the answer seemed horrifyingly clear. They hadn't escaped, and now it was on our roof. The tapping continued sporadically now. Sometimes it would fade away for minutes, letting a fragile tendril of hope bloom in my chest, only for it to return tap, 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 seemingly mocking our desperation. Once, the dashboard lights flickered violently before steadying again. Another time, the radio crackled to life, emitting a burst of harsh static before falling silent. Coincidences? Maybe. But in our heightened state of terror, they felt like manifestations of the thing that was accompanying us through the desolate Alaskan night. Every pair of headlights approaching in the distance was a momentary relief, a reminder that we weren't entirely alone in this vast emptiness. But they always passed, leaving us swallowed by the darkness again, with only the rain and the intermittent tapping for company. I found myself gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles were white, eyes constantly flicking to the mirrors, expecting to see a tall, thin shadow keeping pace with us just beyond the reach of our headlights. Hours crawled by. The rain gradually lessened, and the first hint of a bleak, gray dawn began to stain the eastern horizon. And then signs. A junction indicating Fairbanks was getting closer. More traffic. The first scattered houses, their windows dark or starting to glow with early morning light. As we crossed the bridge over the China River, entering the outskirts of Fairbanks proper, something changed. The oppressive atmosphere that had clung to us for hours seemed to lift, almost imperceptibly at first, then undeniably. It was the silence. The tapping from the roof had stopped. We drove for another 10 minutes, listening intently, our hearts pounding, but it didn't return. It was gone. Had it stayed behind in the wilderness? Was it unable or unwilling to follow us into the city? We didn't stop driving until we reached the RV rental lot near the airport. It was just after 6 a.m. The lot deserted, the office closed. I pulled into a parking spot, cut the engine, and the silence felt profound, blessed. Neither of us moved for a full minute. What do we do with this? Sarah whispered, nodding towards the back, where Lauren's journal and Sam's drawing lay on the dinette table. Part of me wanted to take them, proof of what we'd experienced. Another part, stronger, recoiled at the thought of keeping those haunted objects. We leave them, I said, my voice hoarse. Put them back where we found them. Maybe it stays with the journal. Or maybe someone else needs the warning. It felt like a cowardly act, potentially condemning someone else, but the thought of carrying that curse with us was unbearable. Silently, I retrieved the journal and the drawing. My hands shook as I went to the overhead compartment above the cab, over bunk, pried back the loose paneling, and tucked them deep into the recess where I'd first discovered them. I closed the compartment door, the click sounding unnaturally loud. We grabbed our backpacks, leaving everything else left over: food, cheap souvenirs, our sense of safety behind. We locked the RV, dropped the keys through the mail slot at the rental office door, without a note or explanation, and walked away, not looking back. We took a taxi straight to the airport motel, booked the earliest possible flight back to Seattle, anything to put distance between ourselves and the Dalton Highway. Before we left, though, there was one last thing I had to do. Sitting in the sterile anonymity of the motel room, using the shocky Wi-Fi, I opened my laptop. My fingers trembled as I typed variations of search terms into the browser: Hall family missing Alaska 1992, Dalton Highway abandoned RV 1992, Lauren Hall disappearance. Didn't take long. An archive link to a small news brief from the Fairbanks Daily News Miner, dated October 27, 1992. RV found. Family still missing. An RV registered to Michael Hall, 41, of Dayton, Ohio, reported overdue from an extended Alaskan trip. Was located by state troopers yesterday approximately 80 miles south of Coldfoot on the Dalton Highway. The vehicle was found parked neatly in a remote turnout, several hundred yards off the main road. There was no sign of forced entry or struggle. Food supplies and personal belongings, including clothing and camping gear, appeared undisturbed inside the vehicle. An extensive ground and air search has so far failed to locate Mr. Hall, his wife Susan, 39, daughter Lauren, 13, or son Samuel, 8. Authorities speculate the family may have wandered off on foot and succumbed to exposure, though conditions at the time they were last known to be in the area were not severe. The search continues, but hopes are fading for the missing Ohio family. The case remains open. That was it. No mention of tapping, no strange drawings, no engine trouble. Just a family RV found empty in the wilderness. Its occupants vanished without a trace. Presumed lost case open. We flew out of Fairbanks that afternoon under a gray, indifferent sky. We survived. We escaped whatever haunts that lonely stretch of road. But the escape feels incomplete, tainted. We left the journal behind, a potential curse for the next unsuspecting travelers who follow that same fatal route. We never found out what the Watcher truly was, or what became of the Halls after Lauren's final, terrified entry. Sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I can still hear it, faintly carried on the edge of silence. Tap, tap, tap. It's probably just my imagination, memory playing tricks. Probably. But I'm never going back to Alaska. And if you ever find yourself driving the Dalton Highway, dreaming of adventure, maybe choose a different route. Maybe don't stop at the quiet turnouts. And for God's sake, don't listen too closely to the silence. You might hear something tapping back. My name is Ryan Clark. I need to write this down, not just for my own sanity, though God knows that's hanging by a thread, but as a warning. A warning about things that shouldn't be possible, about places man was perhaps never meant to tread so casually, and about machinist machines that can develop a will of their own. A malevolent one. People will say I'm exaggerating, that stress and isolation played tricks on my mind. Maybe they did, but I was there. My friend Mark was there, and what happened north of the Arctic Circle, in that rented RV, it was real. Too real. It started, as most disasters do, innocently enough. Mark and I had been planning this trip for years. Both of us were city dwellers, chained to desks and screens, yearning for something vast, untamed elemental. We wanted to see the northern lights, the true aurora borealis, not the faint green smudge you might glimpse occasionally further south, but the full, blazing celestial ballot, and we wanted to see it from somewhere remote, somewhere wild. The plan was ambitious: rent a sturdy RV, drive north through Norway, cross the Arctic Circle, and find a spot deep in the wilderness to witness the spectacle. Adventure, freedom, escape, that was the mantra. Finding the right vehicle took some doing. We needed something reliable, capable of handling potentially rough roads and freezing temperatures. We ended up settling on a slightly older but seemingly well-maintained motorhome from a rental place tucked away on the outskirts of Troms. It wasn't fancy, but it looked solid. Big, blocky, with thick tires and a powerful diesel engine, it was painted a faded beige color. The rental agent, a weathered old man named Lars, who barely spoke English, just grunted and pointed out the basics. There was nothing overtly strange about the transaction, maybe just a feeling of slight hesitation in the man's eyes when he handed over the keys. Or perhaps I'm just projecting that now. We christened her the Nomad, envisioning ourselves as intrepid explorers roaming the frozen north. Oh, the irony. The first few days were incredible. The scenery driving north was breathtaking: fjords plunging into icy water, and snow-dusted mountains, quaint fishing villages. Inside the Nomad, we were snug and warm, the heater humming, the small fridge stocked with food, Mark's playlist providing a cheerful soundtrack. We felt utterly free. There were minor quirks. Sure. A dome light in the main cabin flickered intermittently. Sometimes, when hitting a bump, we'd hear a strange clattering sound from somewhere deep within the chassis. The fuel gauge seemed a bit temperamental, but these were easily dismissed as the idiosyncrasies of an older, well-used vehicle. Nothing to worry about. Standard RV stuff, we told ourselves. We crossed the Arctic Circle marker with a whoop of triumph, stopping to take the obligatory photos. The landscape changed almost immediately. Trees became sparser, shorter, eventually disappearing altogether, replaced by rolling tundra, stark and exposed under a vast, pale sky. The sense of isolation grew profound. Towns became non-existent, replaced by occasional solitary houses miles apart. Cell service vanished completely. It was exactly the remoteness we'd craved, but now, under the weak, low-hanging sun, it felt heavier, more intimidating. The weather turned, too. What had been crisp and cold became damp and biting. A persistent, freezing rain started to fall, glazing the road and coating the landscape in a thin, treacherous layer of ice. Visibility dropped. We decided to pull off the main road onto a gravel track Lars had vaguely pointed out on a map, suggesting it led to some scenic, sheltered spots. We bumped along for maybe 10 miles, the track getting progressively worse, until we found a relatively flat area overlooking a vast, frozen lake surrounded by low, snow-dusted hills. It felt suitably remote, a perfect place to wait for darkness and, hopefully, the aurora. It was late afternoon, the light already fading fast. The rain hadn't let up. Right, Mark said, stretching. Let's check the propane levels and maybe scout around quickly before it gets pitch black. Good idea. I agreed, pulling on my heaviest waterproof gear. You check the tanks. I'll just take a quick look around the perimeter. We both stepped out, Mark heading towards the back of the RV where the propane tanks were housed, and I walked maybe 20 feet ahead, peering into the gloomy, rain-swept surroundings. The air was frigid, the rain stinging my face. I couldn't see much beyond a curtain of gray. I turned back towards the Nomad, shivering already, and that's when I heard it. Click-chunk. It was the distinct, solid sound of the RV's main door lock engaging, followed immediately by the identical click-chunk of the passenger door lock. I frowned. Mark, did you just lock the doors? Mark appeared from behind the RV, his face pale and confused in the dim light. Nut. I thought you did. We both stared at the RV. The rain hammered down on its roof. I walked quickly to the driver's side door and pulled the handle. Locked solid. Mark tried the main side door. Same result. We looked at each other, a flicker of unease passing between us. Okay, Mark said, trying to sound calm. Maybe the central locking button got bumped, or it's a weird electrical glitch from the cold and wet. Where are the keys? I asked, voice tight. Mark patted his pockets. Then his face fell. Oh no. Ryan. They're in the ignition. My heart sank, both sets. We'd left them dangling there when we stopped, a stupid, careless mistake born from the complacency of being miles from anywhere. We were locked out of our shelter, our supplies, our only way back to civilization, in the middle of nowhere, north of the Arctic Circle, with freezing rain turning into icy sleet and darkness rapidly descending. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. We rattled the handles, banged on the windows, shouted pointlessly into the howling wind. The Nomad just sat there impassive, its windows dark, securely locked against us, against its occupants. It felt less like a glitch then, and more like a deliberate act. The Nomad, our shelter, had just turned on us, and the real nightmare was only beginning. Okay, here is part 2 of the story, continuing directly from where part 1 left off. In GBBBBN, the cold hit first. Not the initial bracing chill, but a deep, penetrating cold that seeped through our layers of waterproof gear like icy water. The freezing rain was relentless, plastering our hair to our skulls, running down our necks, turning our gloves into sodden weights. Panic gave way to a primal fear, the desperate understanding that staying out here wasn't an option. Hypothermia wouldn't take long in these conditions. We have to get back in. Mark yelled over the wind, his voice strained. He hammered uselessly on the reinforced side window.
There has to be a way!
We circled the Nomad like trapped animals, yanking handles, pushing against the glass, searching for any weakness. Every window was sealed tight, every door locked fast. It felt less like a malfunction and more like a calculated expulsion. The RV squatted there, dark and silent, seemingly mocking our desperation. I remembered a heavy-duty tire iron stored in an external compartment. Maybe. The tool compartment, I shouted. Is it locked separately? We scrambled to the side compartment. It wasn't locked with the central system. My fingers, numb and clumsy with cold, fumbled with the latch before it sprang open. Inside, among jumper cables and a rudimentary toolkit, was the tire iron. It felt heavy, substantial. A weapon, a tool. Right now it was our only hope. Break the small window, Mark suggested, pointing to the narrow window above the kitchen sink area. It's the smallest one. It felt wrong, violating the vehicle that was supposed to be our shelter, but we had no choice. Shielding my face, I swung the tire iron hard against the corner of the glass. It took 3 solid, jarring impacts before the reinforced pane crazed and finally shattered inward with a sickening crunch, sending shards tinkling onto the linoleum floor inside. The wind immediately howled through the opening. Mark, being slightly slimmer, managed to awkwardly squeeze through the jagged opening, cutting his hand on a shard of glass in the process. We barely registered the pain. He landed inside with a thud, scrambled to his feet, and fumbled frantically with the door lock. A moment later, the main door clicked open. I practically fell inside, pulling the door shut against the raging storm. The sound of the wind instantly muted, replaced by our own ragged breathing and the drumming of rain on the roof. We stood there dripping, shivering, hearts pounding, staring at each other in the dim interior. Relief washed over me, a potent but short-lived, immediately chased by a profound sense of unease. Mark wrapped a dish towel around his bleeding hand. The warmth inside wasn't comforting, it felt watchful. The air was thick with something more than just the smell of damp clothes and diesel. Okay, Mark said, his voice shaky. Okay, electrical short. Moisture got into the locking system. That has to be it, right? I wanted to believe him. I really did. But the way those locks had engaged simultaneous, decisive, it didn't feel like a short circuit. It felt deliberate. Yeah, I said, not sounding convincing even to myself. Must be. We stripped off our wet outer layers, cranked up the heater, which thankfully roared to life, and tried to bring feeling back into our frozen extremities. Mark found a small first aid kit and cleaned his cut. We didn't talk much. The forced camaraderie of the journey's start had evaporated, replaced by a shared, unspoken fear. We were acutely aware of being inside the thing that had just tried to lock us out to die in the freezing rain. Hours passed. Darkness outside became absolute. The rain eventually lessened, but the wind still howled around the corners of the RV, rattling it occasionally. We huddled inside, making instant coffee, trying to pretend things were normal. Mark tried fiddling with the wires under the dashboard near the door locks, finding nothing obviously amiss. We checked the forecast on our satellite messenger. More freezing temperatures. Potential heavy snow overnight. Leaving wasn't an option until the weather cleared and daylight returned. We were stuck here. Stuck inside the Nomad. It was maybe around 10 p.m. when the radio suddenly crackled to life. Neither of us had touched it. It was an older analog model built into the dashboard. It erupted with a blast of static, deafeningly loud in the confined space. I lunged forward and smacked the power button. Silence returned, abrupt and heavy. What the hell? Mark breed-eyed. Did you leave that on? No, definitely not. We stared at the radio dial, its faint illumination seeming sinister in the darkness. Then, it happened again. Another burst of static, just as loud. I hit the power button again. Silence. My hand hovered over the button. Seconds ticked by. Crackle. Hisses. It came on again, but this time it wasn't just static. Beneath the harsh white noise, there was something else. A rhythm. A distorted, garbled sound that seemed to be trying to resolve into speech.
Hour. Turn it off.
Mark hissed. I couldn't. I was frozen, listening intently. The static ebbed and flowed, and within it, like voices struggling to surface from underwater, were fragments. Eve. Now. Damn ER. It wasn't a broadcast. It wasn't interference. It sounded mangled, tortured, like a signal being shredded and pieced back together. And it was coming from the RV itself. Hot safe. Gi-o-ute. The voice, if you could call it that, was genderless, metallic, distorted by the static, but the words, fragmented as they were unmistakable. Garbled warnings. Surrounded. Surrounded. Then, as suddenly as it started to cut out, complete silence. The radio's light went dark. We didn't breathe. The only sound was the wind outside and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Did you hear that? Mark whispered, his face ashen. I nodded slowly. It said now. A danger. I get out. The rational explanations, faulty wiring, freak radio signals bouncing off the atmosphere, felt utterly inadequate. This was different. This felt targeted. The RV wasn't just malfunction, it was communicating. It was warning us. Or was it threatening us? Sleep was impossible after that. We sat in near silence, jumping at every creak of the chassis, every gust of wind. The heater began to cycle on and off unpredictably, plunging the cabin into bitter cold for minutes at a time before sputtering back to life. A strange, low humming started, seemingly coming from the walls themselves. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every metallic surface seemed to glint with cold intelligence. Sometime after midnight, huddled in my sleeping bag but wide awake, I glanced out the front windshield. The storm had momentarily paused, and the clouds had parted just enough to reveal a sliver of moon. It cast an airy blue light over the landscape, and that's when I saw it clearly for the first time. Not far from where we were parked, maybe 50 yards ahead, the ground fell away sharply, a ravine, a deep, dark gash in the earth, partially filled with snowdrift, its edges barely visible in the gloom. My blood ran cold. Why hadn't we noticed it properly before? The RV was parked facing slightly away from it, but the proximity felt menacing, charged with potential. I nudged Mark awake and pointed. He stared, his face grim. We didn't need to say anything. The warning from the radio echoed in our minds, though. Danji ER. We were trapped in a potentially sentient machine, miles from help, next to a precipice, with the source of the danger seemingly being the machine itself. The Nomad wasn't just our shelter anymore, it was our cage. And I had a terrible feeling it wasn't done with us yet. That last night in the Nomad was the longest of my life. Sleep was a forgotten luxury. Every creak of the chassis settling, every gust of wind that buffeted the frame, we sent jolts of adrenaline through us. We sat huddled in the front seats, wrapped in sleeping bags, staring out at the oppressive darkness, the vague, menacing outline of the ravine just yards away, somehow visible, even without light, etched into our minds. The heater remained erratic, plunging us into frigid silence for long stretches before cuffing back to life with a reluctant groan. Several times, we heard faint clicks from the door locks, as if the mechanism was testing itself, probing for weakness. The air inside felt heavy, charged like the moments before a lightning strike. The warnings from the radio echoed relentlessly in my head. Dangar. Jet out. Run. We talked in low, hushed tones, mostly useless strategizing. Wait for first light, then try to start the engine. If it started, drive away as fast as possible. Don't stop for anything until we hit civilization. But underlying every word was the unspoken terror. What if it wouldn't let us? What if the warnings weren't just warnings, but pronouncements of intent? The low hum we'd noticed earlier seemed to deepen, embedding itself in the metal frame, a resonant frequency of pure malice. It felt like the RV was awake, aware and waiting. Dawn arrived not as a bright salvation, but as a slow, reluctant dilution of the darkness. The sky turned a bruised purple, then a sickly gray, revealing the desolate landscape in stark, unforgiving detail. The wind had died down slightly, but the air temperature had plummeted further. Ice coated everything, turning the tundra into a glittering, treacherous expanse. The ravine looked even deeper and more menacing in the weak morning light. Okay, Mark said, his voice hoarse. Let's try it. Get us out of here. My hands were shaking as I reached for the ignition. The keys were still there, exactly where we'd left them before being locked out an eternity ago, it seemed. I took a deep breath, muttered a silent prayer, and turned the key. Nothing. Not even a click. The dashboard lights didn't flicker. The engine remained stubbornly, terrifyingly silent. Try again, Mark urged, his voice tight. I tried again, and to nothing. It was completely dead. A cold dread, heavier than the night's fear, settled in my stomach. It wasn't going to let us leave. It had brought us here, locked us out, warned us, and now it was keeping us trapped. Check the battery connections, Mark suggested, already moving towards the engine hood release. But before he could pull it, it happened. Without warning, without the key even being turned, the engine roared to life. It wasn't the sound of a normal ignition. It was an angry, guttural roar that vibrated through the entire frame, shaking the seats beneath us. The dashboard lights flared violently. We stared at each other, faces frozen in disbelief and stark terror. And then I saw it. The gear shift. It was an automatic transmission. The indicator needle, which had been resting firmly in O Park, suddenly jerked downwards, clicking past neutral, past drive, and slammed hard into reverse. At an O, I screamed, grabbing the shifter. It wouldn't budge. It felt like it was welded in place. Mark lunged across, adding his weight, both of us pulling with all our strength, but it was useless. It was jammed solid. The engine revved, a deafening roar filling the cabin. Through the rear window, I saw the icy landscape begin to move. We were going backwards. Backwards, straight towards the ravine. The brakes! Hit the brakes! Mark yelled. I stomped on the brake pedal with all my might. My foot went almost to the floor, meeting only soft resistance. The brakes weren't responding. The RV continued its inexorable crawl backwards, gaining speed. The edge of the ravine, that dark gaping maw, was getting closer. Maybe 30 yards now. 25. Pure animal panic took over. We were trapped inside a machine that was actively trying to kill us, driving us into an abyss. The roar of the engine, the vibration, the sight of the precipice rushing towards us. It was sensory overload, sheer terror. The door. Get the door open! I shouted, fumbling with my seatbelt release. Mark was already wrenching at the passenger door handle. It flew open, revealing the frozen ground speeding past beneath us. 20 yards. We have to jump! Mark screamed, his eyes wild. 15 yards. The angle was steepening as the rear wheels neared the edge. I could hear the crunch of ice and rock under the tires. 10 yards, the back end of the RV tilted downwards. Now, I flung my door open, unbuckled my belt, and threw myself out, tucking and rolling as I hit the rock hard, ice-covered ground. The impact knocked the wind out of me, pain shooting through my shoulder and hip. I skidded several feet, scraping myself raw against the frozen earth. Scrambling, gasping, I looked up just in time to see Mark tumble out of the passenger side. And then, the Nomad went over. There was a horrific screech of tearing metal as the rear bumper caught the edge, then a sickening lurch as gravity took hold. The massive vehicle tipped backwards, hung for a terrifying instant against the gray sky, and then plunged nose first into the ravine. The crash wasn't as loud as I expected, more of a prolonged, grinding, crunching descent as it tumbled down the unseen slope, punctuated by the shattering of glass in the final, shuddering impact somewhere deep in the darkness below. Then silence. Utter, profound silence, broken only by the thin whisper of the wind and our own ragged, panicked gasps. We lay there on the frozen ground, battered, bleeding, shivering uncontrollably, staring at the empty space where the RV had been moments before. It was gone, swallowed by the ravine. Getting back is a blur of pain, cold, and delirium. We salvaged nothing from the wreck. Climbing down was impossible. We only had the clothes we stood up in, Mark's bleeding hand proudly bandaged, my shoulder screaming in agony. We stumbled for miles across the frozen tundra, following our tire tracks back towards the main road, driven by pure survival instinct. Hours later, half frozen and barely conscious, we were miraculously spotted by a Sami reindeer herder on a snowmobile, who took us to the nearest tiny settlement, saving our lives. Explaining what happened was difficult. We told the rental company, Lars, and the local police a heavily edited version, a sudden, inexplicable brake failure, a tragic accident. How could we tell them the truth? That the RV had a mind of its own, that it locked us out, spoke through its radio, and deliberately drove itself and us into a ravine. They'd have declared us insane, drunk, or worse. Lars just grunted, looked unsurprised, and seemed more concerned about the loss of his vehicle than our near-death experience. Maybe he knew more about the Nomad than he let on. I don't know what that RV was. Possessed, haunted, cursed, a bizarre confluence of malfunctioning technology and isolated madness. I don't care. All I know is that it was malevolent, and it tried to kill us. We went looking for the wild, the untamed, and we found something far more terrifying. Something that lurks not just in remote landscapes, but sometimes within the very machines we rely on. So, this is my warning. Be careful what you rent. Be careful where you go. And if your vehicle starts acting strangely, if you hear whispers in the static, if the locks click when they shouldn't, get out. Don't hesitate. Don't rationalize. Just run. Because I swear that rented RV turned on us. And I wouldn't wish that ride on my worst enemy. My name is Justin Lewis. Or, at least, that's what I keep telling myself as I stare out the window of this aging RV. The same window I've stared out of for the past 3 weeks. 3 weeks. 21 days swallowed whole by the Alaskan wilderness. It sounds cliché, doesn't it? Man runs away from his problems, seeks solace in nature, finds himself amidst towering trees and profound silence. Except, the silence isn't profound anymore. And I'm not sure solace is what I'm finding. Why Alaska? Why drive this sputtering beast of a vehicle thousands of miles to park it deep in a sea of spruce trees, miles from the nearest anything resembling civilization? Running away, maybe. From a job that sucked my soul dry, a relationship that imploded spectacularly, the general drone of modern life that felt increasingly like a poorly tuned radio station I couldn't switch off. I wanted quiet. I wanted space. I wanted to feel small again, but in a good way, humbled by nature. I'm not crushed by concrete and expectations. And for the first week, maybe even 10 days, it worked. I felt the tension drain from my shoulders with every passing mile marker on the drive up. Parking here, surrounded by nothing but endless, fractal patterns of spruce needles against the sky, felt like hitting a reset button. The air was so clean it almost hurt to breathe. The silence was vast, punctuated only by the cry of a distant bird, the rustle of some unseen creature in the undergrowth, or the crackle of my nightly campfire. I fished in icy streams, hiked trails that probably hadn't seen human boots in years, read worn paperbacks until eyes burned in the dim light of my RV's battery-powered lamp. I felt okay, maybe even good. But Alaska in late summer, heading into autumn, plays tricks on you. The light gets weird. The sun hangs low, casting long, distorted shadows even midday. Dusk seems to linger for hours, a bruised purple smear across the horizon, and dawn takes its sweet time chasing away the deep, impenetrable black of the night. It's beautiful, terrifyingly so, and the scale of it presses in. The sheer immensity of the wilderness stopped feeling comforting and started feeling watchful. It began subtly, a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision while I was washing dishes, looking out that window, a dark shape darting between trees, gone before I could properly focus. Just a bird, I told myself. A squirrel. My eyes playing tricks on me after hours spent reading. Then came the sounds. Not the normal forest sounds, the ones I'd grown accustomed to. This was different. It started with whispers, carried on the wind that sighed constantly through the spruce boughs. At first, it sounded like just that wind. But then, I started hearing patterns, cadences, almost words, nonsense syllables mostly, easy to dismiss, until I heard my name. Justing, clear as day, a low murmur riding the breeze, brushing against the side of the RV. I froze. My heart hammering against my ribs, I strained my ears, held my breath. Silence. Just the wind again, sighing its lonely song. Must have been the wind, I thought. Twisting through the needles, creating acoustic flukes. Happens all the time. Auditory pareidolia, that's the term, right? The brain finding patterns and randomness. Perfectly normal. But it happened again a few days later, and then again. Sometimes a whisper, sometimes closer, clearer. Justing. Each time, I'd whip my head around, scan the dense wall of trees surrounding my little clearing. Nothing. Just the endless spruce, standing silent and sentinel. The paranoia began to creep in, insidious and cold. I started jumping at shadows. Every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep. I found myself checking the locks on the RV door multiple times before trying to sleep, even though the nearest human was probably 50 miles away, maybe more. Sleep itself became difficult. I'd lie awake, listening to the wind, straining to hear that voice again, half dreading, half expecting it. You start seeing things in the periphery. It's a known phenomenon in isolation. Sensory deprivation, your brain trying to fill the void. I knew that. I clung to that rational explanation like a lifeline. The fleeting shapes, the whispers, it was just the wilderness, the solitude, messing with my head. It had to be. Yesterday morning, something shifted. I woke up just before dawn, that weird, gray half light filtering through the windows. There was a strange feeling hanging in the air, a static charge-off wrongness. I couldn't place it. I made coffee, trying to shake off the unease. As I waited for the water to boil on my little propane stove, I glanced out the window, the one facing the thickest part of the woods behind the RV, and I saw it. Just for a second, before it melted back into the shadowed tree line, taller than a man, much broader. Not a bear, the shape was wrong. Too upright, took deliberate in its movement. It wasn't the fleeting peripheral glimpse this time. I saw it. Dark, hulking, blending almost perfectly with the deep shade beneath the spruce boughs. Then it was gone. I stood there, coffee forgotten, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my sternum. My breath hitched. It was probably a moose, I told myself, my voice trembling slightly even the confines of my own mind. A trick of the weird morning light. A shadow. But the image was burned into my retina, tall, broad, watching. Paranoia, right? It has to be paranoia. That's what I keep telling myself, sitting here as the long evening shadows stretch across the clearing. But paranoia doesn't explain the deep, unsettling feeling that I'm not just alone out here. It doesn't explain the feeling of being observed constantly. And as I look towards the tree line now, the place where I saw that shape, I can't shake the terrifying thought that maybe, just maybe, the wilderness is watching me back. and maybe it doesn't like what it sees. Paranoia. It's an insidious vine wrapping around your thoughts, choking out logic. After seeing that figure or thinking I saw it, I spent the rest of the day wrestling with that vine. It was a mouse, a trick of the light, a shadow puppet thrown by the rising sun against the dense backdrop of spruce. I repeated these rationalizations like a mantra, forcing myself to go about my routining make, breakfast, clean up, try to read. But the words blurred on the page and my ears strained, listening for any sound beyond the wind and the occasional bird call. The comforting embrace of the wilderness I'd sought felt like it was tightening into a cold, constricting grip. That evening, I built my campfire smaller, closer to the RV. I kept glancing over my shoulder, peering into the deepening gloom beneath the trees. The forest felt different. The silence wasn't empty. It felt heavy, expectant, waiting. Several times I thought I heard it again, that low murmur, almost my name, but it was fainter now, more distant, as if whatever whispered it knew I was listening too intently. The peripheral flickers, though, seemed worse. Dark shapes skittering just outside my direct line of sight, always vanishing when I turned. Were they real, or was my fear projecting monsters onto the landscape? I couldn't tell. I retreated into the thin metal shell of the RV earlier than usual, the flimsy door lock feeling laughably inadequate. Sleep, when it finally came, was shallow and plagued by nightmares I couldn't recall upon waking, just lingering feelings of dread and pursuit. I woke abruptly in the pitch dark, unsure what had disturbed me. Silence. Absolute, crushing silence. Not even the wind seemed to be moving. Then, a soft scuff sound right outside, like something heavy shifting its weight on the packed earth and pine needles near the RV wall. My blood turned to ice water. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, straining my ears. Nothing. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. Was it an animal? A bear nudging the vehicle? A moose wandering too close? But the sound hadn't felt like an animal's random movement. It felt deliberate, cautious. Another scuff, this time closer to the front, near the driver's side window. I didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound. I stayed frozen in my bunk until the first weak hint of gray light began to seep through the curtains. Only then did the suffocating paralysis begin to ease, replaced by a frantic need to see. To know what, if anything, had been outside. With trembling hands, I unlatched the door, pushing it open a crack. The cold morning air hit my face. Nothing seemed out of place. The clearing looked the same as always. The dense wall of spruce trees standing indifferent, taking a deep breath. Trying to steady my nerves, I pushed the door open wider and stepped outside, scanning the ground around the RV. And then I saw them. My breath hitched in my throat, a choked gasp. There, pressed in the damp earth and scattered pine needles, were footprints. Not just one or two, but a clear trail. They started near the tree line where I'd seen the figure, approached the RV, and things circled it. A complete loop around my vehicle. My initial reaction was a wave of relief. Proof that something was out here, that I wasn't just losing my mind. But that relief was immediately swamped by a much larger, colder wave of terror as I looked closer at the prints themselves. They were huge, easily half again as long as my own booted foot, and much wider. Deeply impressed into the ground, suggesting significant weight. But it was the shape that stopped my heart. They weren't bear prints, no claw marks. The shape was wrong, too elongated. Not mouse hooves leave a distinct cloven mark. Not wolf or any other animal I could think of that roamed these woods. They looked vaguely simian, maybe, but distorted, wrong. 3 large, thick toes, splayed wide, with a heavy, pronounced heel mark. There was an unsettling length to them, a non-mammalian geometry that felt utterly alien. They were, without a shadow of a doubt, non-human. Fundamentally, disturbingly other. I followed the trail, my heart hammering against my ribs. The stride was long, longer than any man's. The prints circled the entire RV methodically. There were places where the prints paused, turned inwards, facing the RV walls, lingers near the windows, near the door, as if whatever made them had stopped to look inside, to listen. Paranoia doesn't leave footprints like these. Isolation doesn't carve three-tooth impressions nearly 2 inches deep into the Alaskan earth. I stumbled back towards the RV door, my eyes darting frantically towards the silent, watchful trees. The feeling of being observed intensified tenfold, becoming a physical pressure against my skin. It knew I'd found the tracks. It knew I knew. I scrambled inside, slamming and locking the door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the latch. I sank onto the small bench seat, gasping for air, staring at the door as if expecting it to burst inwards. The figure I saw yesterday morning, the whispers, the sounds in the night, and now these impossible tracks. It wasn't paranoia. It was real. Something large, heavy, and unknown was out there, circling my temporary home, watching me, leaving its unnerving signature in the dirt while I slept. The vast wilderness no longer felt empty, it felt occupied. And whatever shared this space with me was not natural. The RV, my flimsy metal box, suddenly felt terrifyingly fragile. A tin can in the lair of something ancient and unknown. The spruce trees outside the window weren't just trees anymore, they were cover. They were camouflage for the thing that left those monstrous prints in the earth. The thing that was circling, watching, and waiting, and I had absolutely no idea what it wanted. Okay, here is part 3, the conclusion to Justin Lewis's story. MBBBB Melt Part 3G. Echoes in the spruce, the discovery of those footprints, shattered the fragile barrier between paranoia and reality. There was no more room for doubt, no comforting rationalizations left to cling to. Something was out there, something big and fundamentally wrong, and it was interested in me. The RV, once my refuge, now felt like a baited trap. Every creak of the suspension, every rustle of leaves outside, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. My first instinct was primal flee. Get in the driver's seat, slam the pedal down, and don't stop until I hit pavement, civilization, people. But as I gripped the steering wheel, my eyes darted to the tree line. Could I even make it out? The narrow, overground track I'd driven in on was barely wide enough for the RV. What it was waiting? What if it blocked the path? The image of that hulking shape melting into the trees flashed in my mind. Trying to drive out felt like announcing my escape, potentially triggering a chase I couldn't possibly win. Fear kept me rooted. Instead of fleeing, I focused on fortification. However pathetic my attempts might seem, I wedged my heavy-duty flashlight and a cast iron skillet against the inside of the door handle, a flimsy deterrent at best. I checked the latches on the small windows, ensuring they were tight. I pulled the curtains shut on all windows, plunging the interior into a gloomy twilight, but preferring the imagined horrors in the dark to the potential reality waiting just outside the glass. My only potential weapon was a small hand axe I kept for chopping kindling. I retrieved it from its storage bin, the weight feeling simultaneously reassuring and utterly inadequate. Nightfall was an agony. The sun dipped below the horizon with agonizing slowness, surrendering the world to shades of gray and then impenetrable black. The wind picked up, moaning through the spruce, carrying with it phantom whispers that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. And then, the footsteps returned, thump, drag heavy, slow, deliberate, circling. Closer this time, I could hear the crunch of pine needles and debris under immense weight. It wasn't trying to be stealthy anymore. It knew I was inside. It knew I was terrified. The circling continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes it would stop, and the silence that followed was almost worse, pregnant with unseen menace. I sat rigidly on the bench, axe clutched in a white, knuckled grip, ears straining, every nerve fiber screaming. Then came the scratching, a faint, dry rasp against the metal side of the RV, near the back, like claws or maybe rough hide, brushing against the thin aluminum skin. It stopped. Started again, lower down. A probing, exploratory sound that made my stomach clench. Was it testing the walls, looking for a way in? Suddenly, a loud THUD reverberated through the vehicle, right beside my head. I yelped, scrambling backwards off the bench, a heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. It sounded like something heavy had slammed into the side of the RV. Silence again. Then, another THD, harder this time, rattling the small cupboards above the sink. It was testing the RV, or maybe it was trying to intimidate me, or maybe it was trying to get in. Panic surged, cold and overwhelming. I had to get out. Waiting here felt like waiting for death. The track, the potential ambush, it was a risk, but staying felt like a certainty. In the dim light, fueled by sheer terror, I made a decision. I ripped the skillet and flashlight away from the door handle, my hands clumsy with fear. Took a deep, shuddering breath. Listen. The footsteps seemed to have moved towards the front of the RV. Maybe, just maybe, I could slip out the back and make a run for the trees on the opposite side of the clearing. It was insane. But it was better than this. I eased the door latch open, the click sounding deafeningly loud in the tense silence. I pulled the door inwards just enough to squeeze through, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. Axe still in hand, I slipped out, crouching low beside the RV, trying to melt into its shadow. My eyes scanned the darkness. The moon was hidden behind clouds, offering little illumination beyond faint outlines. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it, a palpable sense of presence, heavy and menacing, near the front driver's side. Taking another shaky breath, I darted away from the RV, heading for the opposite tree line, plunging into the pitch-black maze of spruce trunks. Branches whipped at my face, roots snagged my feet. I ran blindly, fueled by terror, stumbling, falling, scrambling back up. Behind me, I heard a sound that wasn't human or animal. A low, guttural roar of frustration or rage. A sound that vibrated deep in my chest. Then, the unmistakable sound of heavy pursuit crashing through the undergrowth, snapping branches like twigs. It was faster than I could have imagined. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like an eternity, lungs burning, legs screaming, sheer panic overriding exhaustion. I didn't dare look back. The sounds of pursuit seemed to fade slightly, or maybe my own panicked breathing just drowned them out. I burst out of the tree line onto the edge of the gravel track I'd driven in on, further down than I expected. Without thinking, I just ran down the center of it, away from my RV, away from the clearing, away from the nightmare in the woods. I ran until dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gray. Ran until my legs gave out and I collapsed onto the cold gravel, sobbing and gasping. I eventually flagged down a logging truck hours later, the driver looking at wild eyes, torn clothes, and the axe I still inexplicably clutched with a mixture of pity and suspicion. I never went back for the RV. I couldn't. I told the authorities some story about getting lost hiking, dehydration, panic attack. They didn't press too hard. Maybe they see people like me often enough, running from something, found wandering dazed on lonely Alaskan roads. It's been 6 months. I'm back in the lower 48, surrounded by concrete and noise, but I don't feel safe. Sleep is rare. Every time the wind blows through the trees outside my apartment window, I hear whispers. Every shadow in my periphery seems too tall, too broad. Paranoia, right? Maybe. But sometimes late at night, when the city noise dies down, I swear I can almost hear it, a faint, distant echo on the wind. Thump dragon, I know, deep in my bones, that paranoia doesn't leave footprints like that. And whatever it was in the Alaskan wilderness, it remembers me. My name is Stephanie Walker, and until last summer, I considered myself pretty rational. Grounded even. Sure, I enjoy a good ghost story as much as the next person, curled up safe on the couch, but I never truly believed in things that go bump in the night. Not really. Logical explanations, stress, tricks of the light, that was my go-to explanation for anything weird. That all changed after the trip mark, and I took to Alaska, specifically to that lake near Ketchikan. I still get goosebumps just thinking about it, the kind that prickle deep under your skin, not just on the surface. Mark, my fiance, is the adventurous one. Always has been. While I'm perfectly happy with a predictable weekend getaway to a B&B, he craves the wild, the untamed. He'd been talking about an Alaskan road trip for years. Ever since we saw that documentary about the Inside Passage. Miles of rugged coastline, dense forests reaching right down to the water, the promise of solitude, and it sounded intense, but his enthusiasm was infectious. Plus, He'd just sunk a good chunk of his savings into a used, but sturdy, RV, our adventure mobile, he called it. So, I agreed. It would be an adventure, a real escape before settling down. The drive up was incredible, I'll admit. Days spent winding through breathtaking landscapes, the air getting crisper, the towns becoming smaller and farther apart. We crossed into Alaska, and the scale of everything just expanded. Mountains jagged against the sky, rivers wide and powerful, forests stretching endlessly. Ketchikan was our main destination point before heading further north. It's a quirky town clinging to the edge of Revelagito Island, famous for its totem poles and salmon. We spent a couple of days there, stocking up on supplies, getting advice from locals about good spots to camp off the beaten path. That's how we heard about the lake. Didn't even have a proper name on most maps, just a designation number on some older forestry charts Mark had obsessed over. A local fisherman, weathered and gruff, mentioned it almost reluctantly when Mark pressed him for truly remote spots. Up past Ward Lake, take the old logging road, he'd mumbled, squinting at our RV. Road's rough, lake's quiet, real quiet. Water's clear as glass, cold as death year-round. He spat onto the dock. Some folks say things come out of that water. Old Tlingit stories maybe, maybe not. We laughed it off later, attributing it to local color, maybe an attempt to keep tourists away from a favorite fishing spot. But his words stuck in the back of my mind, a tiny seed of Eunice. Cold as death. Finding the turnoff wasn't easy, and the fisherman hadn't exaggerated about the road. It was less a road and more a suggestion of one overgrown, deeply rutted, branches scraping insistently along the sides of the RV like skeletal fingers. Mark navigated it expertly, his face set in concentration, thrilled by the challenge. It took us nearly 2 hours to cover maybe 10 miles, but when the trees finally opened up, the view silenced us both. The lake was stunning, perfectly circular, nestled in a bowl of dark green pines and jagged gray rock. The water was exactly as described, unbelievably clear. You could see rocks and submerged logs on the bottom near the edge, even though it looked deep. And it radiated coldness, you could feel it in the air, a damp chill that clung despite the weak afternoon sun. There wasn't another soul in sight. No distant cabins, no boats, no sign that anyone had been here in weeks, maybe months. Just us, the RV, the silent water, and the immense, watchful forest. The quiet was profound, broken only by the cry of a distant eagle and the gentle lapping of water against the stony shore. It was beautiful, undeniably, but also lonely. Intensely lonely. We parked the RV on a relatively flat patch of ground about 50 feet from the water's edge, the front facing the lake. Mark was buzzing with excitement.
See! Perfect! Told you it'd be worth it!
I forced a smile. It's amazing, Mark. Really? And it was. But that fisherman's words echoed. Things come out of that water. We decided to stretch our legs after the long drive, go for a short hike before settling in for the evening. There was a faint trail leading up into the woods on the far side of the lake. Won't be long. Mark promised, grabbing a water bottle. Just explore a bit, get the kinks out. We locked up the RV, the click of the lock sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. The hike was steeper than it looked, winding up through thick moss and ancient trees. The air grew cooler, damper, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. We climbed for maybe an hour, rewarded with occasional glimpses of the lake below, a perfect turquoise eye staring up at the sky. Mark pointed out animal tracks, deer, maybe a bare print that looked thankfully old. I tried to shake off the lingering unease, focusing on the beauty, on Mark's happy chatter. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, not by an animal. Something else, an awareness that felt ancient and cold, like the lake water itself. The sun was starting to dip lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple when we headed back down. We were laughing about something silly, the tension easing as we anticipated dinner and relaxing by the lake. We emerged from the tree line, back onto the flat ground near the shore. The RV sat where we left it, reflecting the sunset. Everything looked peaceful, serene. We were maybe 100 feet away when I stopped. Mark took a few more steps before noticing I wasn't beside him. "Steph, what's up?" I didn't answer immediately. I was squinting, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The light was fading, playing tricks, maybe. But no, there were dark patches all over the side of the RV facing us. Wet patches, glistening slightly in the dying light. They weren't random splashes. They looked like prints. Handprints. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, covering the white fiberglass. "Mark," I whispered, my voice suddenly tight. "Look at the RV." He turned, peered towards it, his smile fading. "What the... Did we splash mud on it driving in?" "No," I said, starting to walk slowly towards it, a cold dread beginning to bloom in my chest. "That's not mud, Mark. It's wet." We approached the RV cautiously, the gravel crunching too loudly under our boots. The closer we got, the clearer it became. Not mud. Not random splashes, handprints. Dozens, maybe hundreds, plastered across the driver's side, the passenger side, even reaching up towards the roof in places. They were glistening, beads of water catching the last of the setting sun, looking unnervingly fresh. My breath hitched. Mark reached out a hesitant hand, stopping just short of touching one. "They're ebb small," he murmured, his voice strained. He was right. The palm size was small, like that of a child, maybe 6 or 7 years old. But the fingers, oh God, the fingers. They were impossibly long and slender, disproportionate to the palm, ending in what looked like sharpened points rather than rounded fingertips. Each print was distinct, the water clearly outlining the disturbing shape. They weren't human. No child had hands like that. No anything I knew of had hands like that. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, chaotic, as if dozens of these things had swarmed the vehicle, slapping and grabbing at the surface. Some prints were sliding downwards, leaving watery streaks like they'd struggled to maintain their grip. A wave of nausea rolled over me. "Mark," I managed, pointing towards the lake. "Where did they come from?" His eyes followed my finger, and then widened in dawning horror. We both saw it at the same time. A trail, starting right at the edge of the water, where the clear, dark depths began. Wet patches on the smooth, gray stones of the shore, shaped like those same, horrifying little hands. They emerged directly from the lake, not from the shallows, but from the deeper water, as if something had climbed straight up from the bottomless cold. The trail led away from the lake, across the 10 or 15 feet of stony ground, then across the patch of damp earth and sparse grass, right towards, well, not quite towards the RV. That was the strangest, most chilling part. We followed the tracks, our eyes glued to the ground. Handprint after handprint, spaced awkwardly, sometimes overlapping, as if whatever made them was crawling or scrambling low to the ground. They were clear, defined by the icy lake water soaking into the dirt. And then, about 10 feet away from the shoreline, maybe 40 feet from the RV itself, they just stopped, abruptly. Mid-stride or mid-crawl, or whatever it was. One last clear print of a tiny palm and those grotesque, elongated fingers pressed into the damp earth. And thing nothing. Absolutely nothing. The ground beyond that last print was undisturbed. No fading prints, no scuff marks, no footprints leading away, no sign that anything had continued towards the RV or retreated back to the lake or vanished into the woods. The trail simply ceased to exist in the middle of the open space between the water and our vehicle. Where did it go? I whispered, scanning the empty ground, the silent trees, the still surface of the lake. My voice trembled. Mark shook his head, looking pale. I don't know, Steph. This isn't possible. He walked around the endpoint, searching, his logical engineer's mind desperately seeking an explanation. It makes no sense. Pranksters wouldn't use water from the lake. It's freezing. And how would they disappear like that? Where are their footprints? There were no other footprints. Only ours, from when we'd left for the hike, and now our hesitant steps as we examined the scene, and the trail of small, wet, long-fingered handprints leading from the impossibly cold water tog nowhere. The sun had fully dipped below the horizon now, plunging the lakeside into deep twilight. The profound silence we'd found appealing earlier now felt oppressive, suffocating. The air temperature plummeted, the chill from the lake seeming to intensify, crawling up my spine. Every shadow seemed to deepen, lengthen, potentially hiding something. The fisherman's words echoed again, louder this time. Things come out of that water. Mark grabbed my arm. Check the RV, now. We fumbled with the keys, hands shaking. The lock clicked open, and Mark practically threw the door open, peering inside, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I held my breath, half expecting to see something crouched in the shadows, one of those terrible little hands reaching out. Empty. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. Our hiking boots by the door, map spread on the small table, sleeping bag still rolled up. Relief washed over me. So potent it left me weak-kneed, but it was immediately followed by a fresh wave of fear. If they weren't in the RV, where were they? Were they still out here, watching us? Mark locked the door firmly behind us, checking it twice. He drew the curtains on all the windows, plunging us into near total darkness, broken only by the narrow beam of his flashlight. Okay, he said, trying to sound calm, but failing. Let's think. Animals. Some kind of weird otter or mink. With hands like that, Mark. I countered, hugging myself. Hands that leave prints all over the RV 3 feet off the ground. And that just vanish into thin air. Kids. Local kids trying to scare us. Out here. Miles down that logging road. How did they get here without a vehicle? How did they disappear without a trace? And again, those hands. He fell silent, running a hand through his hair. The rational explanations were evaporating, leaving only the terrifyingly irrational. We were alone, miles from anywhere, next to a lake that locals whispered stories about, a lake from which something with small bodies and nightmarishly long fingers had emerged, swarmed our temporary home, and then vanished utterly. The cold from the RV walls seemed to seep into my bones. Outside, the silence pressed in. Was it really silence? Or was my hearing straining so hard for any sound a twig snap, a ripple in the water, that it canceled everything else out? The fisherman, I breathed. He wasn't joking. Mark? Mark just stared at the curtain window facing the lake, his face grim. What do we do? He asked, his voice barely audible. Do we try and drive out, down that road? In the dark. The thought of navigating that treacherous track at night, possibly with those things lurking just outside, was terrifying. But the thought of staying here, trapped in this metal box by the edge of that cold, dark water, waiting for whatever had left those prints to return that was somehow even worse. The silence in the RV stretched, thick with unspoken fear. Staying felt like waiting in a trap. Leaving felt like running a gauntlet in the dark. Mark looked at me, his face illuminated starkly by the flashlight beam he'd set on the dashboard. We can't stay here, Steph. We don't know what those things are, or if they'll come back, or if they can get in. He didn't need to say anything else. The image of those long, slender fingers prying at the window seals, the small hands pressing against the glass, was enough. Okay. I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. Okay, let's go. Now. Getting ready to leave was a blur of frantic, clumsy movements in the near darkness. We didn't dare turn on the main interior lights, relying only on the flashlight. Every rustle of fabric, every clink of a stowed mug sounded like thunder advertising our presence. I kept glancing at the curtains, terrified I'd see a small hand pull one aside, revealing a face I couldn't begin to imagine. Mark climbed into the driver's seat, his knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel. I strapped myself into the passenger seat, peering uselessly into the blackness outside. Ready? Mark asked, his voice tight. I nodded, unable to speak. He took a deep breath, turned the key. The engine roared to life, shattering the silence. It felt like firing a starting pistol, announcing our escape attempt to whatever lurked outside. Mark flicked on the headlights, cutting twin beams through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the empty patch of ground where the prints had stopped, and beyond it, the dark, still surface of the lake. He slammed the gearshift into reverse, backing away from the water, then swung the RV around, bumping violently over the uneven terrain towards the barely visible entrance to the logging road. The headlights caught the side of the RV in the side mirror for a second. As we turned, I could still see the faint, ghostly outlines of the wet handprints, dozens of them, marring the surface like a horrific rash. The drive out was the longest 2 hours of my life. The logging road was 10 times worse in the dark. Deep ruts threatened to swallow the wheels. Low-hanging branches scraped and screeched against the roof, and sides like claws, and sharp turns appeared out of nowhere in the headlight beams. Mark wrestled with the wheel, his face slick with sweat despite the cold, his eyes darting constantly between the road and the rearview mirrors. I couldn't stop staring out the windows, scanning the dense walls of trees that pressed in on either side. The headlight beams only penetrated so far, leaving vast pools of impenetrable darkness. Was something keeping pace with us, flitting between the ancient trunks? Every shadow seemed to move. Every fallen log looked momentarily like a crouching figure. The memory of those impossibly long fingers was burned into my mind. I imagined them scuttling through the undergrowth, easily keeping pace with our lumbering vehicle. About halfway out, maybe 5 miles down the track, the engine sputtered. Cough died. The sudden silence, broken only by the frantic sound of my own breathing, was absolute terror. The headlights flickered, then went out, plunging us into total blackness. No, Mark muttered, frantically turning the key. Nothing, just a dead click. Mark! I gasped, grabbing his arm. I don't know, it just stopped. He tried again. Click. Silence. Outside, the forest felt alive, listening, waiting. I strained my ears. Was that a faint splashing sound, like small hands paddling in water? But there was no water here, just dense woods. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard it hurt. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying. Please start, please start. Mark took a deep breath. Okay, one more time. He turned the key. The engine caught. It roared back to life louder than before, and the headlights blazed back on, illuminating the narrow, rutted track ahead. Neither of us spoke. Mark jammed the accelerator, and the RV lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. Just as we picked up speed, something small and dark darted across the road, right at the edge of the headlight beams. It was low to the ground, fast, and gone into the trees on the other side before I could properly register it. But I saw enough. Enough to see it wasn't a deer or a fox or any normal woodland creature. It moved with an unnatural, multi-limbed scuttling gait, and for a split second, silhouetted against the dark trees. I thought I saw the glint of wetness and the unmistakable shape of impossibly long, then fingers. I screamed, pointing incoherently. Did you see that? Mark's face was ashen. Just drive. He gritted out, eyes fixed firmly ahead, pushing the RV as fast as he dared. We didn't speak again until the logging road finally ended, and our tires hit the blessed asphalt of the main highway. Mark pulled over immediately, cutting the engine, and we just sat there in the vibrating silence, shaking uncontrollably. He reached over and grabbed my hand, his grip painfully tight. We drove straight back to Ketchikan, the bright, fluorescent lights of a 24-hour gas station on the outskirts feeling like the gates of heaven. We didn't stop, didn't sleep, until we were checked into a nondescript modal room. The deadbolt thrown, a chair wedged under the doorknob. We didn't talk about reporting it. Who would believe us? Things came out of the lake and left weird handprints on our RV, then vanished. We sounded insane. Even the gruff fisherman's warning felt more like folklore than a credible report. We left Alaska the next day, cutting the trip short, the Adventuremobile feeling tainted, violated. We cleaned the handprints off at a car wash before we left Ketchikan, scrubbing relentlessly until every last trace was gone, but I can still see them when I close my eyes. Small palms, long, thin fingers, wet with water as cold as death. It's been months. We don't talk about it much. Mark tries to rationalize it, sometimes mass hallucination, strange reflections, atmospheric phenomena. But I saw those prints. I saw the trail leading out of the water and stopping dead. I saw that fleeting shape scuttling across the road. I used to think the world operated under logical rules, that everything had an explanation. Now, I'm not so sure. Now, I know there are remote places, quiet places, places where the water is clear and deep and colder than it should be. And sometimes things come out of that water, Things that leave prints like nothing on Earth. Things that watch from the trees. Things that disappear without a trace, leaving you wondering if you're going crazy, or if you just peeled back a tiny corner of reality and saw something you were never meant to see. All I know is, I'm never going near a remote, icy lake again. Especially not in Alaska.